presented.
Good morning.
Morning.
Appreciate everybody being ready to go a little bit earlier today. Welcome back. We are ready to go ahead and proceed with the arguments in the case from the state. Ms. Dunkowski.
Thank you, Judge.
Earlier today. Welcome back.
All right, so
With the arguments in the
the
case
state
from the
has
state.
another
Ms.
2 hours
Dunkowski.
to speak to you. Now, some of it may be thinking.
Earlier today. Welcome back.
All right, so, but.
With the
Arguments in the case from the state. The person sitting next to you might have questions. Some of it may be thinking.
Earlier today. Welcome back.
I want to make sure that I covered.
With the good morning.
The person sitting next to you might have questions. Some of it may be thinking.
Earlier today. Welcome back.
I want to make sure that I take it back down.
Good morning. Earlier today.
On the state to prove this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Ms. Hood, Laura Ho got up here yesterday and said, you have to be certain. That's not true. What it is it's the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Not seeking doubt, not beyond all doubt, or to a mathematical certainty. And that's what the judge is going to charge you, okay? All right, it's just beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, do you think they committed the crimes? Okay, if you go, yeah, I think they committed the crimes, you're good. That's all you need. Now, the defendants have raised what we call affirmative.
I'm going to object to that description of what reasonable doubt is. It's clearly not the law. And there's cases recently about.
Objection.
Okay.
The court's going to charge the jury on the definition of reasonable doubt. That is the law that will be provided to the panel. And again, if we could just have everybody argue or in argument, make sure that you are referring to the law that the panel will be charged with so that there's no confusion about the standard that should be applied. Thank you.
The doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Not seeking doubt, not beyond doubt, or to a mathematical certainty. That's what the judge is going to charge you, okay? Once again, if you believe they have committed these crimes and the state has proven it to you beyond a reasonable doubt, you are authorized under the law to come back with a guilty verdict on all the charges. It's as simple as that. Now, in this case, the defendants have raised an affirmative defense. And what does that mean? An affirmative defense means, hey, even if you think we really did these things, because the evidence is sufficient to say, yes, we did do these things, the 4 felonies in the indictment and the murder, hey, we have an affirmative defense which justifies us doing that. For the murder, it's self-defense. For the other charges, it's citizen's arrest. So here's the thing. You find they didn't commit a citizen's arrest. That's not what they were doing. Under the law, they didn't meet the criteria. Okay, I want to remind you guys, ignorance of the law is no excuse. It's not like, well, they were probably mistaken. You can't be mistaken about the law. If you're going to take the law into your own hands, you better know what the law is. So if you find they were not doing a citizen's arrest under the legal standard, okay, the judge is going to give you, well, then it takes it out of self-defense for the homicide, and that means they're guilty on all the charges. Okay? It's as simple as that. So count 1, malice murder. Remember, premeditation is not required, and the state is not required to prove motive. All right? You may find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart. Okay, I want to be real clear. The state is not saying that Greg and Travis McMichael ran out of the house to go murder somebody right then and there. We all know that's not how it works, right? Okay, what happens? Let's give you an example. I'll make up an example. She's leaving him, right? They're getting a divorce, and she's there to pack up her stuff, okay? He's not at the house to murder her, right? No. But what happens? She's packing up the stuff, they start arguing, they start bickering, then it starts into shoving, then it's, if I can't have you, nobody can have you. She's thinking, oh my God, he's an idiot. She's taking the stuff out to the car. He goes up and kills her, shoots her with the gun. Okay. It started out one thing, and it escalated and escalated and escalated. That's how you get to the murder. So don't be fooled. Okay? The state's not saying they left the house to go murder Ahmaud Arbery. What happened? They left the house to go investigate, right? Stop, we want to talk to you. Where are you coming from? What did you do? What's going on, right? And then what happened? Mr. Arbery ignored them, okay? He took off running. He wouldn't do what they were commanding him to do. He wasn't obeying their orders. Why? Well, under the Constitution of the United States, he didn't have to do anything except walk away. In this case, he ran away. And they chased him. They backed up on him, and then they followed him down Burford. You saw the night out video repeatedly yesterday when Mr. Goff was here. At that point, I mean, let's face it, to Travis and Greg McMichael, that was a big go jump in the lake. I'll use polite language. I mean, wasn't it? Here they are, ex-law enforcement, Coast Guard. We're demanding that you stop and talk to us. We have questions. Stop right there, talk to us. And he ignores them, basically telling them, yeah, I'm not doing it. And it starts escalating. They start getting mad. Oh, yeah? And then all of a sudden, Roddy Bryan pulls out. Then it's like, oh, yeah, we'll go around and we'll cut him off over here. We'll go get him. Now they want to get him. Now they want to stop him because they're mad at him. He has totally ignored them and run away from them. And how dare he do that to these two people? Okay? What right did they have to stop Ahmaud Arbery? What right did they have to go ahead and demand a fellow citizen stop and talk to them? And then use pickup trucks to try and cut him off and force him to be detained right there on Burford? None whatsoever. So when we're talking about malice murder, we are talking about the fact that this can happen. And the judge is going to charge you on this. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. How you see malice? Well, you can consider it as reckless disregard for human life. You bring your 12-gauge pump shotgun with you, ready to fire. You point it at a man you know is unarmed. I mean, you think they couldn't tell with those baggy shorts that he didn't have a gun on him? Who's being forced toward you by Mr. Bryan and his black Silverado, and then you go ahead and intercept him and pull the trigger without a thought. Abandon a malignant heart, reckless disregard for human life. And they're in it together. Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael are acting together in concert in the truck. Their actions are all together. They're parties to the crime. Even though Greg McMichael is in the back of that pickup truck on that 911 call, when Travis pulls this trigger, he is still responsible because he's a party to this crime. Because without Greg McMichael, this would never have happened. Now, felony murder, once again, is based on the 4 felonies. Now, the felony murder is you're committing a felony. There's no intent to go ahead and kill the person, but because you're committing that felony, someone dies. Okay, let's not be fooled. We're not talking about but for his parents getting married. That's the red herring. What are we talking about, ladies and gentlemen? But for the felony. Okay, that's the thinking. But for the criminal attempt at false imprisonment. But for the false imprisonment. But for the aggravated assault with the motor vehicles. But for the aggravated assault with the shotgun. He wouldn't be dead. That's how you think about it. Look at these crimes and ask yourself, okay, if we take that out, would he be alive? It's real simple. The answer is you can't take out any of these crimes. You take out any one of these crimes that they committed, and he's still alive. All of the underlying felonies played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death of Ahmaud Arbery. What do we have? Aggravated assault with a shotgun. Pretty simple. The aggravated assault was continuous. Started with pulling that shotgun up. Ahmaud Arbery was 30 to 40 yards away. Not an imminent threat at all. And what did it do? It ended with the pulling of the trigger, shotgun blast here, pellets right here. Did that felony contribute? Of course it did. It's the cause of his death. Aggravated assault with pickup trucks. I want to be real clear about this. You do not have to hit the person with the pickup truck. The judge is going to charge you that actual injury to the alleged victim need not be shown. What has to be shown? This. Were the defendant's actions such that it placed Ahmaud Arbery in reasonable fear of immediately receiving a violent injury? What did Mr. Bryan do? He actually ran him into a ditch. Check. I mean, Mr. Bryan right now, aggravated assault with his motor vehicle, check. Felony murder, check. Because this contributed to his death. This played a substantial part because it put Mr. Arbery in reasonable fear of Mr. Bryan and that truck. So what do we know? We know that Mr. Arbery was running back up Holmes when Mr. Bryan came back down, and he had to turn around at that blue mailbox. We don't see him turn around, but see how far he is at that blue mailbox? And he heads back toward the white truck. If he wasn't already in fear of Mr. Bryan and his Silverado, would he still be alive? Yes. But because of what happened over on Burford, because of the criminal attempt at false imprisonment and this aggravated assault, Mr. Arbery's dead. False imprisonment. You violate the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery. You unlawfully confine and detain him. Well, how do you do that? Well, you chase him down with a Ford F-150 or a Silverado. And they did confine and detain him on Holmes. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. We've looked at this. All right. What do we got? We've got Mr. Bryan chasing him up Holmes. Now, yeah, this line doesn't go far enough, because what did Travis McMichael tell the police? I stopped a few houses down, got out of my truck and shouted at him, stop, stop. Now, he denied it on the stand, but that's what he told the police in his written statement, the one he had an hour to fill out, right? So Mr. Arbery got this far and had to turn back around. Then he goes back this way. Then he has to go back down this way because now he's turned around. Now he has to come back this way once Mr. Bryan turns around. He went up and down this street at least 4 times. I mean, come on. Confined and detained on Holmes. That's false imprisonment. Up and down 4 different times right there. Criminal attempt. You saw the Night Owl video. You saw how fast they took off after him. I mean, Gregory McMichael's yelling, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off. Travis denies that he did anything to cut off Mr. Arbery. Doesn't even say he pulled in front of Mr. Arbery. But for some reason, Mr. Arbery turns around and runs back. You decide what to believe. But what was he trying to do? What was his intent? He told you what his intent was. Our intent was to stop him. Can't stop somebody. United States of America, okay? People are free here. They had no authority to demand that he stop. And they're yelling at him, stop, we want to talk to you. And he's running away. That's the criminal attempt by the McMichaels on Burford. Now, of course, we know the criminal attempt at false imprisonment by Mr. Bryan. He pulled out, pushed him, shoved him, did whatever, got him into a ditch. Now, those actions on Burford, did it put Ahmaud Arbery in reasonable fear of receiving bodily harm? Yes. So now what's he doing? He's running away from them. For 5 minutes, he's running away from them. If they hadn't put him in reasonable fear of receiving serious bodily harm so that he ran away from them, would he be dead? The answer is no. Therefore, that substantially contributed to his death. Because why? All right. Where did he go? He went up Holmes. Now, this whole thing of, the reason he didn't really run out this way is Mr. Albenzi was down there with a gun. Nobody has x-ray vision. Mr. Albenzi had the gun in the pocket of his overalls, okay? And what do we know Mr. Albenzi did after all this? He went home. Remember? He walks back and he goes on home. Goes on home here. So this idea that Ahmaud isn't going to run this way because Mr. Albenzi is out there, we don't know what's in the mind of Ahmaud Arbery. Not at all. But what did Mr. Bryan do? Well, Mr. Bryan got in front of him and then went to back up at him, and that's when he turned up Holmes. Those are the words of Mr. Bryan. I pulled in front of him, I backed up at him, and that's when he turned up Holmes. Therefore, the criminal attempt at criminal attempted false imprisonment substantially contributed to the felony murder. Based on that alone, ladies and gentlemen, criminal attempted false imprisonment, guilty. Felony murder for that on all of them. Mr. Bryan included, and the McMichaels, guilty on felony murder. So, but for his actions, would Ahmaud still be alive? If he had not helped to stop Ahmaud with his Silverado, would Ahmaud still be alive? The answer is yes, he would have been. That's all you got to think about is, well, what did he do to contribute to help the McMichaels? The answer is yes. Mr. Bryan played a substantial and necessary part in causing his death. He is responsible for the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. All right, so that brings us to self-defense. All right, I'm just going to go over this quickly. I want you to know what the basics are, the essentials, okay? Because self-defense really applies to the aggravated assault with a shotgun, okay, and the murder charges. So what have we got? One can use lethal force in self-defense, but only under certain circumstances. You can't claim self-defense if you are the unjustified initial aggressor, meaning if you started it. Who started this? It wasn't Ahmaud Arbery. If you're committing a felony against that person, once again, we're back to our convenience store armed robber. He doesn't get to defend himself against the clerk he's robbing. He doesn't get to claim self-defense. He's committing a felony. In this case, they committed 4 different felonies, including the aggravated assault with the shotgun. They started it. They do not get to claim self-defense. And then, of course, provocation. You can't force someone to defend themselves against you, so you get to claim self-defense. This isn't the Wild West. No. So there's 3 instances where the defendants don't get to claim self-defense, and they committed all of them. So once again, initially provokes the use of force against himself with the intent to use such force as an excuse. No Wild West. This is the important one. Cannot commit aggravated assault with a shotgun, with trucks, false imprisonment, or criminal attempt at false imprisonment, any of those. Not justified in using force. If you're doing any of those things, they were doing all 4 of them. And you're not justified in using force if that person was the unjustified aggressor. You can't start it and claim self-defense. And they started this with their driveway decisions. So here's some main concepts. The defendants had to believe the deadly force was necessary. There were no other alternatives. Pointing a shotgun at somebody. There were a whole bunch of other alternatives to that. That belief must be reasonable. And once again, that's reasonable for everybody. That reasonableness applies to you. That reasonableness, there's no special exception for previous training in the Coast Guard or law enforcement. The reasonableness standard in Georgia applies to everyone equally. The danger to yourself has to be imminent, meaning I am about to get killed. Not some guy I've been chasing for 5 minutes is running at me. Can't use excessive force. The minute it's excessive, self-defense goes out the window. The defendant's reasonable belief must be what prompts him to use force. What prompted Travis McMichael to pull up that shotgun? He wanted him to stop. He was trying to get him to stop. Oh yeah, you're not going to stop for me and my dad? Up comes the shotgun. Now you're going to stop. Okay, you're not going to stop. You're going to go around the truck. That's. He goes to intercept him. He's not afraid. He moved toward Mr. Arbery. He moved toward Mr. Arbery with the gun. He's not afraid. You gotta act out of fear. You can't be acting out of anger. This guy won't stop and talk to you and won't obey your commands. Okay. What was there to be afraid of? Well, let's see. Ahmaud was wearing a t-shirt and cargo shorts that were so baggy, he has this big belt loop out here. Let's see what else. Didn't have a bag or a backpack. So, doesn't have anything that he's carrying. He was running with his hands empty at his sides. Ran away from them for 5 minutes. Did not have any weapon. Nothing on him. Didn't say one word to them. Didn't threaten them verbally. Didn't say, oh yeah. Didn't say anything. And he had no help from anyone. So what's there to be afraid of? He went this way, goes this way, he goes that way. And you see Travis McMichael move down to the center of the street there, blocking his way. He's trying to get away. And then, oh, look, he's going to go this way. And he does. He goes around. And what do you have here? Travis McMichael going to intercept. And that shadow underneath there, I mean, you have the stills back there. We printed some of them out. That shotgun is pointed right at him. Right at him. Okay? So when he gave the police that story about, oh, it was at Port Arms, and he was striking me and hitting me and striking me and hitting me, and I finally, had to do this. That's what he told the police. A bunch of lies. Shotgun, shadow right here. Okay? Here's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen. Lawyers aren't good at math. I don't trust you guys are. What did the ME say? This arm on Ahmaud Arbery was 26 inches. This arm on Ahmaud Arbery was 25 inches. And the barrel of that shotgun is over 28 inches. Do the math. Did he hit him? Did he punch him? Did he strike him? When the shotgun's like this? Easy. Do the math. This is what Travis McMichael did. There's no fear here. There's only anger. Remember, it's a standard of reasonable beliefs that the force used is necessary. Do you really believe he had no other choice but to use his shotgun? Is that what you really believe? No other choice. What are the alternatives? Well, the first alternative is don't start this. I'm going to tell you something. My husband, he always tells this to our three nephews, David, Ben, and Sam. And what he says is there's some rules for life. You know what those rules are? Don't go looking for trouble because you will find it and it is not going to turn out the way you think it is. What he's really saying to them is don't be that guy who starts the bar fight and goes, let's go out in the parking lot. That's what he's really saying to them. But it's a life rule. You go looking for trouble and what's going to happen? So don't leave the house. Here's an alternative. Call the police. Don't chase down strangers to confront them. Don't go after pedestrians in your truck. I mean, common sense tells you, you pull up in a truck on somebody who's like a pedestrian who's out for a jog. I mean, I don't know, are any of you runners? You ever had a strange truck pull up and have some people start yelling at you? Would that startle you? I don't know. We don't know what was in the mind of Ahmaud Arbery. But, I mean, what do you think? Did it cause some fear for him? These strange men pulling up in this truck and then not relenting and not backing off? This was 3-on-1. How about some empathy? Remember leaps? Listen, empathize. Where is Travis McMichael's empathy? Where's Greg McMichael's empathy? Where do they go? Wow, I wonder what I'm doing to this other person. I wonder what it looks like from their point of view. I wonder if we might be scaring or startling this person. I wonder if it may be so bad that they might react in a negative way. Where's the empathy? How about don't bring a shotgun with you? This is really easy. Call the police. Because what did Officer Rash want? Remember Officer Rash? He said he wanted them to be witnesses. So call the police. Follow behind Mr. Arbery at that 2 miles an hour. Where's he going to go? They could have followed him all the way back to Fancy Bluff and Boykin Ridge. On the phone going, he's turning left. He's turning right. Ooh, okay. That was a real easy choice, but did they choose to do that? No, they confronted him. They chose to confront him. They didn't need to. They didn't have to. I mean, they could have followed, I mean, he's a jogger. How fast is he going? Don't point a shotgun at people unless you're gonna kill him. Don't point a shotgun at people unless you're gonna kill him. How do we know he intended to kill him? He pointed a shotgun at him. How about you stay on the driver's side of the truck? Don't go around the front of the truck. Real easy. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at citizen's arrest, because this is really important. The law of citizen's arrest, okay? So first off, the defendants never ever said citizen's arrest. They never ever said we're making an arrest. They never said we saw him commit a crime. So ladies and gentlemen, where in the world did the citizen's arrest thing come from? Because it didn't come from the defendants on February 23rd, 2020. Where did it come from? So what is the law? A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence. What does that mean? Right here, right now, I saw you commit an offense. Okay? I saw you criminally trespass on that property right here, right now on February 23rd, 2020. I saw you commit a burglary. I saw you commit whatever crime it is, it's in your immediate presence or within immediate knowledge. Okay, we talked about that. The guy at Walmart is not standing next to the shoplifter when she shoplifts, but in real time, what's he doing? He's watching it. We're not talking about videotapes. You can't watch a videotape from November and then have it in your immediate knowledge. Okay, remember, the judge is going to tell you it's synonymous. It means the same thing. Meaning, in your presence or immediate knowledge means immediately you know because you saw it. That's what that means. That doesn't mean watching a videotape on February 11th with Officer Rash in front of 220 Satilla Drive. That's not what that means. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence. Did Ahmaud Arbery commit any offense in the presence of any of these defendants? The answer to that is no. Boom. Citizen's arrest is gone. But yes, I am going to continue because there's some more caveats. If the offense, the one that was just committed in your presence, is a felony. Do you get why they're trying to make Ahmaud a burglar so desperately? Because if all he's doing is criminally trespassing.
Your Honor, again, I don't like to interrupt closings, but this is not an accurate statement of the law that the court is going to give this jury. The parenthetical is not accurate.
The parenthetical is mine, totally mine.
Well,
Okay?
I've made an objection, though. I'm asking for a
Just
ruling.
explain. Yeah, the parenthetical is what the state is arguing. The rest is the charge of the court. The charge is going to be provided to the panel. And with the same explanation I provided a little bit earlier on what the law is going to be, the court is going to provide you the law of the case. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. So, okay, the first sentence is, a private person may arrest offender if the offense is committed in his presence. Okay, you can arrest if the offense is committed in his presence. If the offense, and that's my parenthetical to remind you, if the offense, we're talking about that offense, the one that was just committed in your presence is a felony, and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape right then and there.
Judge, that is not the law that the court's going to give, and we've had this discussion.
It's a mistake.
It's a misstatement of law, we would object.
I join in the objection.
It's noted.
You understand this is my argument. The judge is going to give you the law, right? And he's going to have it written out for you, and he's going to read it to you. But this is the state's argument, that the offender is escaping or attempting to escape. The state's position is that what that means is, I saw the crime, I can't chase after the person, I just have to try and arrest them right there. But if it's a felony, and if they're escaping, they're running away, I get to chase after them. I don't get to chase after them unless it's a felony and they're trying to escape. All right? A private person may arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. That's the state's position.
We have to object and have a conference with the court.
No, we're going to let the state continue. We talked about this in the charge conference. The objection is noted.
We move for a mistrial based on the incorrect statement of the law.
Rejoin.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please just go ahead and take a step into the jury room.
All right, the jury.
All right, the court had a charge conference Friday. I was provided a bunch of arguments over the weekend that we are making part of the record. So I understand the objection is being made to the law. I've indicated the law is going to be provided to the panel. I've indicated the court's position with respect to the law. So with that, I'd like to get the closing argument done, but I'm more than happy to hear the motion for mistrial and proceed from there.
Your Honor.
Based on the final draft of the charge that the court provided us, I guess yesterday morning, the court is going to charge that a private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or in the case of felonies, during escape. If the observer fails to make the arrest immediately after the commission of the offense or during escape in the case of felonies, his power to do so is extinguished. That's not what the state's arguing. They're arguing and it's a clear misstatement. The court should simply instruct the state not to argue an incorrect statement of law rather than putting the burden back on the jury to understand what the state's saying, what we're saying, and now what the charge is saying. The court has the power to do so and should do so.
In further support of the motion for mistrial on behalf of Greg McMichael, obviously this is the last word by any counsel in the case, and to argue the state's case, which we're perfectly fine that they're doing, is to argue the facts and evidence as the law applies to them, but not as a misstatement of the law applies to them that we can't correct except by making an objection when the incorrect law is being given to the jury by the state. So there's no way we can fix it. We're asking the court to fix it, not by simply saying to the jury that the law is going to come from the court, which it will, but that this is a misstatement of the law and this argument is improper.
Mistake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, the defense got up here and argued their interpretation of the law. And I didn't object at all because I knew it was their interpretation of what they believe the law to be. They went through the whole probable cause thing. They called him a burglar. They went through everything. The state didn't object because I understood that this was their position of the law as applied to the facts. I've just made it clear to this jury, and I will again, that this is what the law is, and this is how you apply it to these facts, and this is the state's interpretation of how you read this law, just like they gave their interpretation in their closings yesterday. So we ask that you deny the mistrial.
Onward. Well, no.
You can argue the law, you can't argue a misstatement of the law. The state never told the jury, this is my interpretation of law until we objected.
Well, I think that's what was explained in the parenthetical, but the state does need, state needs to clarify that this is the argument based on the law that will be charged and with the law that will be charged, and make sure that we're clear about what the law is that's being charged. There was a debate about this on Friday, and I'm not going to reignite that debate in front of the panel.
We're fine with what the court's decision was on the contemporaneousness of the events. The charge is great. It's the state's argument about what that means that's flawed, and it's fatally flawed.
Well, the state has the right to, just like the defense had the right to argue that what escape means is escaping whatever this temporal period is. I understand the state to be arguing the same thing in a much more limited temporal period. I think the state's got the right to do that. The state needs to be sure, though, that it's clear that that is the argument that is being made as opposed to what the law is. And I think the charge is very clear about that. So the motion for mistrial is denied.
If I may add, the state is arguing that the felony for the second sentence has to have just occurred in the immediate presence of the person seeking to arrest the escaping felon. That is absolutely a misstatement of the law. Even as the court agreed to charge it, that's not even correct. The second sentence does not require the felony to have occurred within the immediate presence contemporaneous with the escape and the chase. That is not the law. That's not the law the court agreed to charge.
Your Honor, you're charging the statute. And the statute are those two sentences. The state's interpretation of that statute is if the offense, well, that is, the offense has to be committed in your presence or immediate knowledge. If that offense is a felony, I mean, that's what it says. If that offense, well, it's referring back to that first sentence. And the state's interpretation is, then that means that felony had to be committed in your presence. The person had to be escaping right then and there. And that's the state's argument to them, that they never saw anyone escaping from a felony that had been committed that day.
That's not what the court's charging.
Yeah, that's not what was in. So the escape, the second sentence the court was charging, which I understood was agreed to, was that if it's a felony and there was an escape, that's the temporal issue that we're talking about, then those steps can be taken to detain or arrest the individual. What I understood the defense was arguing is that this temporal period stretched over some time. And what I understood the state was arguing was, no, that temporal period is limited to what had occurred there, the escape. The word escape was he was escaping from whatever may have occurred that day.
Yes, that is what we're arguing.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm hearing then, because what I'm hearing is, well, if the state limits its argument to that's what the second sentence refers to, an escape, that limited temporal period, then that's permitted. That's what we talked about in the charge conference.
Yes, Judge.
I don't think that is what we argued about by email and all the rest, Your Honor.
Well, that's what I remember. That's what I'm saying.
The state will limit its argument to that.
Your Honor, if it's okay for me to step out just for a second, I will not disturb the jury if they're back by the time I get back.
I could also use a bathroom break. I assume that's what Mr. Hope is looking for.
Let's just take literally 5 minutes and then we'll get back into this.
Thank you, Judge.
Two Stokes, Rogue. I agree, bro. This is, oh man, the lawyers in this case, light years above. Two Stokes, Rogue. I agree, bro. Light years above. Oh man, they really arguing. I don't know now. Now looking at this case and looking at the Kyle Rittenhouse case, I feel like I know about law. I know a lot about law in courtrooms, but man, oh man, oh man, I don't even know if both of those lawyers, because the defense in the Kyle Rittenhouse, Rogue, what's up, man? What you got on this, man?
Man, it's the thing is, I'm still surface with it. You know what I'm saying? Because if I get really deep with it, then it's almost like I'm choosing side to say that, well, the way that one side is presenting their argument is a thorough presentation, but I got too much subjectivity involved in it for me to actually, you know what I'm saying, make a biased assessment of it. Because as far as I'm concerned, three white dudes, you know what I'm saying, in a pickup truck.
In the truck. I love the way she added that in her closing, because I left that out. I grew up in the hood. I've been involved and have friends involved in circumstances where the car was brought in the case, where the vehicle was actually used as a part of the murder weapon. The vehicle, and that totally alleviated me this whole time. That never came into play until she brought it in. Like, no, the trucks are actual weapons.
Right.
They weaponize, and I'm like, oh, I remember a case from a youngster where that happened.
Yeah. To me, I'm looking at the culture in it. You know what I'm saying? 3 white cats, pickup truck, hunting clothes, former police officer, the accusation that, okay, he looks suspicious, the accusation that he possibly could have stole something. It's like, I mean, at what point is none of this cliche from our cultural perspective?
Right.
You know, so that's why it's hard for me to be unbiased in it, because it's like, okay, look, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is a case shut, shut and closed case. You know,
Open and shut. Open and
yeah,
shut.
open shut case, bro. It doesn't take long. So what I'm looking at this like baseball. You know, I said if you watch baseball, it's boring unless you get into the dynamics of it. What I'm doing is looking at the pitches, looking at how the batter is acknowledging the pitches, not how many runs they've made, not how many scores, because that's a long ass time. So you got to find something else. I'm looking at the myriad of ways that the state is going through to. Well, the state is having the case for Arbery, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's the opposite of the Kenosha case.
Right. Okay, so and these other lawyers, they're basically just battling the state.
Right. Each of the white men have their own respective lawyers.
Right. And I noticed how yesterday, the dude who held the video camera, his lawyer tried to, I mean, he was putting forth the effort to super distinct his client.
Correct. which may be problematic if you want justice for Ahmaud Arbery, because this guy in the middle did not, was these two on the right and left are the McMichaels, father and son. The guy in the middle simply drove the car and then videotaped. He has his own separate lawyer, the older gentleman with the southern accent with the white hair. But the thing is, he argued very well that this guy doesn't have any culpability. The thing is that they're being charged together. Much like the Kenosha case, if you find that the guy in the middle was innocent, then you can't find the other two guilty. And if you find McMichael's guilty of murder, then the guy in the middle goes to jail for murder also. So that's a very complex way, and I think that was an argument where the defense actually won. You know, like I said, in the Kenosha trial, a lot of this stuff happens before the trial starts. Even the pause that they've taken, I agree with you with my bias. Even the pause that they just took, I have issue with that, because what they're saying is that they had an argument without the jury.
Right.
They had an argument without the jury as to the charges. And the defense said, no, the charge is perfect. Meaning that the defense is happy with the charge. See, that's what happened in the Kenosha case that people didn't understand. When they were successful in getting the Rosenbaum charge as second degree, which gave Kyle privilege to defense, and then the jury instructions said to the jury that if you find that Kyle defended himself in any of the murders, then you can't find him guilty, but you charged him with second degree.
Right.
You've already given him privilege to defense.
Right. Okay. So
the jury's like, he going home. You just told me if he defended himself, but you charged him in second degree. So you already gave him privilege of self-defense. So that's why in this case, if they can get that in before the case even starts, that there was a degree of self-defense and they were making a citizen's arrest, when it goes to the jury and the jury instructions, that's what they're preying on. That's similar.
Okay. But wait a minute. But see, this is the thing that ruffles my feathers, man. The fact that it's the state battling on behalf of Ahmaud Arbery. Are they battling on just his mere citizenry? I mean, because the culture plays a part as well. They haven't even spoken on the hate crime allegations yet. They ain't even spoken on that. Notice that it's primarily on the tip of them being concerned citizens and not hateful citizens. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait a minute, this plays out like so many other stories that we've heard.
She has to be careful, because the defense selected the jury purposely so you wouldn't be able to bring a racial argument. Me and you both know we're both articulate. We've worked in these rooms with these people. And 48 Laws of Power, me and you know that when we want to get something accomplished, even though race may be the deciding factor, we can't always interject race. So she lost that argument, but she did bring it up in closing and coming back. She
So
lost.
why? So if that's the case, then why is there even any statute called a hate crime? How can we use that and not use it?
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying in this Southern jury where they purposely went through a elongated process to pick an all-white jury, if you want to win, I don't know. See, that's why we couldn't argue it. That's why she's doing the closing, because our blackness gives us bias.
But wait a minute, from a cultural perspective, though, and we're talking culturally linked with this nation, they know they can't get these dudes off. They can try to make them look as innocent as they want to. They know that the public is going to have a different response based off of the cultural element and the racial element. So they might not wish to include that in their proceedings, but in the actuality of the society, that is what they're focusing upon. And they can't let these dudes off. Now, they might give them a slap on the wrist, but ain't no way they're going to walk.
I mean, to that point, Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton was in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Right outside the courtroom is a protest where they got coffins and all type of stuff right outside. So everything you're saying is playing out in real life, in real time, in that city, right outside the courtroom. And one could argue inside the courtroom. The defense attorneys argue for dismissal because the state the people supporting Ahmaud Arbery was circulating popular Black Baptist preachers in the courtroom so the jury could see Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and whoever else prominent Black pastor who was in town.
Right.
So it's actually playing out. And in the closing arguments, the state did say they chased him down because he was Black.
But they have to.
She implied, right. She said, you know what's going on. We know what's going on here. But she couldn't adamantly say it because of the courtroom dynamics and politics. But she did intimate that they chased him down because he was Black. And today, without saying Blackness, she said they killed him because they were upset because he would not stop and answer their questions. So in between the lines, you can read that Blackness has something to do with it. Goof Troop said, I think he should be charged along with his wife accessories.
What does his wife do?
I'm not sure if that's a typo or Goof Troop might just be making a joke. But Goof Troop.
I mean, look, the thing is, if it was any situation with us involved and it happened with somebody being murdered, not ending up dead, that's different. That's totally different. I can understand if it was an end up dead situation. When you have 3 people chasing you,
correct,
in the South, in a pickup truck,
correct.
I mean, come on, you know what I'm saying? And the skin color dynamic is what it is. I mean, come on. Okay, so they make you put your hand on the Bible, say you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, whatever. But then they're going to leave out absolute truths, things that would actually, you know what I'm saying, be able to get a more semblance of an understanding for everyone. Yes, they're going to have to make a decision, but notice that when it comes to judging, you know what I'm saying, white dudes, they try not to make the judgment so harsh. They're like, we're going to judge you, but we really don't want to, even though, yeah, we know you did it. And we know you had the most malice of intent while you did so, but we just don't want to judge you, let alone judge harshly. And the people take it. This is why I like cases like this, because then you can go to the public and have the public charge the state for higher accountability.
Great argument, bro. Great argument. Goof Troop said his wife recorded the video. Yeah, she should be charged too. She should be charged too as an accessory. Just like I brought up with Lil Wayne. This is why everybody had an issue with Kyle Rittenhouse, because one of our favorite rappers and the leader, Lil Wayne, went to jail for a gun that was on a bus. Lil Wayne was not a drug dealer. Lil Wayne was not a gangster. He was not pointing a gun, none of the 6ix9ine shit, none of that silly shit. That shit bothered me. So I understand why Black men have been passionate about both of these cases. Lil Wayne went to jail for a gun that was on a tour bus. They said the gun, they charged him with the gun because it was his tour bus, even though there was other people on the tour bus. This is the story that we all have. Bro, I was in the car, somebody had this, I gotta go to jail. Bro, I was on the block, somebody had this, I gotta go to jail. This is why we were so passionate about Kyle. This is why this case presents such bias. I get it. And there should be a hate crime associated. And if they're not guilty, then I'll be pissed. But I like the state, this lawyer. She's really good. And my prayer is that she's successful, and I believe she will be successful. But yeah, man, yeah, how can you have this conversation in 2021? If this was sex, you would include the sex. If this was a gender-based case, you couldn't leave out the gender.
Yep.
Three white men in a pickup truck in the South kill a young black man, but we can't bring up race. That is the conversation we should be having after this.
That is equivalent to not being able to call homies engagers victims. Remember, even though they don't want to end up dead by the end of the gun. Oh, you can't call them victims or whatever.
So these are the things that I would like to talk about from this case. The other thing I want to talk about after the case is the fact that both of these boys were kids. Both of these boys are children from broken homes.
Yeah.
Why were they both doing what they were doing? See, Kyle was emblematic, and I want to get back to it. Thank y'all for hanging out. Kyle was emblematic of the same thing young black boys go through. This will be the last thing I'm going to say before I push play. I watched a video with Tommy Sotomayor, and a white man was in the audience. The white man said, Tommy, I love you. I watch you. He said, check this out, Tommy. Everything you say, I agree with, and it's sad that white men haven't listened to you. Because now that I finally can hear you, I only can hear you because what I'm going through as a white man. He said, I don't have custody of my son, right? He said, Tommy, what happens when white children, white boys like Kyle, go through what black boys go through? And this is what I mean. What happens when the white men are separated from their wives, not allowed to raise their black boys in the same way that black men have? What do those white boys do with that same emotion when they have access to more damaging weapons and more power in America? What do you think happens in America when those white boys, because we've treated black boys like they were separate, like their issues would never come into white America. And this white man stood up and said, I see my son becoming the same thing that black boys have become. And I thought it was unique to black male children, but it's not. It's unique to these circumstances which America created and now seeping into white America. And now my son, Kyle Rittenhouse' mother was working a double shift. It sounded like me and my friends.
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse' mother was working a double shift. She didn't even know where her son was. Her son was in the city being close to his dad because he missed his dad at 16, 17. Who you want to be next to? You want to be next to your father, your grandfather. He's in Kenosha where his dad lives, his grandmother lives. He has a job there. And what else is in Kenosha? His gun. And then he fought to be a man, to be proud, to be like his dad, and he's walking the streets with a gun. Who else? Who does that sound like? I am a nightmare walking, psychopath stalking.
King of the jungle.
Come on, man. Who that sound like?
Yeah.
But for him, he's innocent. But we do it. We walk in the streets of Chicago with the same gun, with the same pain, with the same emotion in our heart as Kyle, and we trying to protect our gang, whether it's folks, whether it's GD, we trying to protect the same thing Kyle doing.
It's urban wolf pack mentality.
And now finally, and I'm not happy about it, but now they can see that white man said, what happens when white boys go through the same thing, but they can go pick up an MP that they paid for? See, the black boys,
you've been training them to use.
Correct.
Since 5 years old.
Correct. We ain't even seen it. We don't know because we're not paying attention to those white men who said you will not replace us. We think those white men were talking to black people. On January 6th, people try to turn that into a racial thing. I don't have no issue with that, with the you will not replace me or January 6th. That ain't got nothing to do with blacks.
Right.
But it does speak to an issue of America, like I told you, the breakdown of whiteness and white men and white fathers no longer having the ability to be fathers. What happens to those white children, those white males?
They rebel.
Come on, man.
That's just human. That has nothing to do with race. And neither class level. That's just human.
We're not having the real conversation. What Goof Troop said, look how they charged Vic for fighting dogs when he was not even there. Exactly. Name a case where the landlord is charged for tenants selling drugs. Only in Black America. So I understand why people were upset. MJ said, I'm pretty sure while hunting a deer, it won't break into your house or attempt to grab your rifle. Are you saying that Ahmaud Arbery was a deer? Is that the implication? Because
Oh, no, look, hold on, wait a minute. Don't pay him no attention. Look at his last message. Deer don't steal a big screen from Walmart either. All right, so we already know where they at.
deer don't steal big screens from Walmart neither.
We already know where they at. So that's justification, MJ. Whatever.
Well, and that's why one of the things that was said on Art New Styles panel when Charles was getting so much pushback, Charles was trying to make a point, but it may not be correct to the law. Charles was saying property is not worth killing over. You don't kill over property. A lot of people in America, because we become hyper individuals, like my brother taught me about, we believe that we have the right to kill over property. The Castle Doctrine does not speak to that. You don't have a right to kill over your property. Someone tries to carjack you, you get out the car, you give them the car. Someone tries to take your purse, you give them the purse. You don't have a right to kill over property. Someone tries to take your purse, you can't kill them. They will charge you with murder.
Ain't that something?
You do not have a right to kill over property.
But do you have a right? Do you have a right to lethally protect yourself based off of the fact of how you value your life? That's the thing.
You can protect yourself.
No, but this is where we get into people charging the state the correct way. If it's set up towards where you can't protect yourself how you wish to protect yourself, you have to protect yourself to a measure that actually doesn't really result in your protection.
It doesn't.
You know what I mean? So the thing is, where's the definition supposed to come from? How are we supposed to select what is to be the standard? What selects the standard when the current standard is ineffective?
I think it's purposely convoluted, especially in blue states. You remember when LL Cool J almost that guy attacked him in his house, and LL had that fight with him, almost died. LL said I couldn't kill him. LL understood that I couldn't kill him. This white man broke into his house in the Hollywood Hills. He was fighting with this man for 20 minutes. Big old strong from the streets. His wife and kids is in the house, but he couldn't kill him. He understood he couldn't kill him.
LL better man than me.
Yeah. The law is written in such a way on purpose. But I love these conversations. Go, Professor in the house. Peace to the panel and to the chat. Go, Professor. And MJ, you are welcome. You can join the panel. I would love to vocally speak with you. We got some really intelligent people on the panel right now. You might be surprised when you speak with Rogish, but I would love to hear more about why you feel the way you feel. And I don't assume MJ is white just because he has that opinion, you know, or a man. So, MJ, Scottie Pippen just wrote a new book. He roasting the fuck out of Michael Jordan. I might talk about that because Roger, he loved Michael Jordan. So I might bring up that book. And I love a Michael Jordan roast party. So if MJ is named after Michael Jordan, we roast Michael Jordan on this channel. So I still love you, though. But let's get back into it because everybody left because we start chopping it up. But
let's watch it.
Let's get back into it.
Let's get the panel.
He need a hairpiece.
What's in that cup? What's in that cup? That's a good drink. You see that? That was a good drink in that cup. That wasn't water. You know how when you sip something strong, you take that little extra taste?
Yeah, you bite the back of your tongue.
Yeah, what's in that cup, right? That's a little Irish coffee. Who know about the Irish coffee?
He need to get his George Jefferson on with that cut, though.
It sucks because he's looking down. So the bald spot is highlighted. You know what I mean? If the camera wasn't right there, it looked different when he's looking forward.
Oh, word. Okay.
Yeah, like
Give
Trump.
you a little bit of dimension to it, huh?
Yeah, they never show Trump like that either. If you would have seen Trump like that, you could see his bald spot.
Yeah.
Because he got the comb back. All that hair is in the front of his head. If you notice, that hair is being combed back over the head. That's the comb over.
Oh, it is.
That's the comb over, man.
Oh,
It's the wig folder.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for your patience.
He got that Aquanet. Remember that Aquanet?
You're a
Like
fool.
I said, the judge is going to give you the law. He's going to read it to you. He's going to give a copy to you. So you're going to have it back there with you. I encourage you to read it. So let's get back to where we were, the law on citizens arrest. Where we are is a private person may not act on the unsupported statements of others alone. Okay? All right. So what that means is, once again, we're back to, did the offense happen in your immediate presence or in your immediate knowledge? How do you get immediate knowledge? Meaning immediately it happens, synonymous, right? So that isn't rumor, gossip, hearsay that a crime has been committed or that some other person thinks this other person committed this crime. You can't base your citizen's arrest on that sort of stale information from unreliable sources. That's not what you can do, okay? You can't base an arrest on gossip alone. Facebook does not alone give you probable cause to go arrest somebody. Rumors in the neighborhood do not give you probable cause alone to go and arrest somebody. That's not what immediate knowledge is. A private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or in the case of felonies, during the escape. Okay, so what's that mean? Why is warrantless highlighted? Okay, because a citizen's arrest is a warrantless arrest. You don't have an arrest warrant that, a law enforcement officer has sworn out before a judge at all. This is a warrantless arrest. And so for the warrantless arrest under citizen's arrest, the arrest must occur immediately after the crime was committed, or in the case of a felony, during the escape. That means the person's escaping, you're chasing them, and you have to arrest them right then and there. That's what that means. Now, remember, the defense got up here and said, well, of course, how would a law enforcement officer ever arrest anybody if the crime happened over here and then they arrest them later? Well, we all know that law enforcement officers go out and get arrest warrants, okay? That's what they do. They go ahead and they know Linda has been committing shoplifting, okay? They get called, they witness her, she runs out, okay? They don't arrest her that day. So what does the officer do? He takes out an arrest warrant for her. That's how she gets arrested later on the arrest warrant for shoplifting, because she wasn't arrested by the law enforcement officer on that day when he saw her shoplifting. He takes out a warrant and arrests her later. So that answers that question that the defense brought up. All right, law on citizen's arrest. If the observer fails to make the arrest immediately after the commission of the offense or during escape in the case of felonies, his power to do so is extinguished. Okay? So when you're in the store and the woman's shoplifting and you go to do a citizen's arrest, you have to do it right then and there. She comes back in the store 4 days later, you can't arrest her. You can't do a citizen's arrest 4 days later. It has to, if you fail to make that arrest immediately after the commission of the offense, you have no power to do a citizen's arrest. In other words, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about citizen's arrest for emergency situations.
Judge,
Emergency situations.
I object to this interpretation, which is a misstatement of the law.
We join in that objection.
It's noted that this is the argument that's being made. I've already addressed that.
Except that it says law on citizen's arrest, not the inference, as the court was making clear to the state. Not their interpretation, but the law, it says.
This maybe semantics with the slide. I don't know, and I have not gone through the slide. But the law of the case will be provided by the court. All right? This is argument. This is the state's argument concerning which should be the facts of the case and how to apply them to the law. The slide, to the extent that it indicates that this is the law on citizens arrest, is again, as I understand, demonstrative. The court is going to provide that. Ms. Donkowski.
Thank you. It says, in other words, this is me sort of summarizing it for you. This is the state's argument. You all understand that, right? This is just the state's argument. And the state's argument is that citizens arrest is for emergency situations when something's happening. They are right in front of you, and you want to go ahead and act as a citizen and arrest the person because you just saw the crime happen. That's what it's for. So what we have is, I'm sorry, it says law on citizens arrest. This is once again a summary slide done by the state. This is the state's argument to you that the crime is committed in your presence. Immediate knowledge is not the unsupported statements of others alone, that a private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the offense. And if it's a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, you can chase them and then make your arrest. Okay? That's it in a nutshell, right there. All right. So we're going to apply that law to the facts of this case, right? So what crime are we talking about that they thought he had committed? Was it clear to you at all, based on their closing arguments, what they were talking about? All right. Well, it can't be October 25th, 2019, because Ahmaud was on the dock, and he didn't take anything. All right? So, what do we have? Well, we don't even have criminal trespass. Because criminal trespass is when you enter on the property of someone else to do an unlawful act. All right, you decide. Did he enter on to 220 Satilla Drive on the dock to commit an unlawful act? Well, go ahead and look at the video. Didn't touch any of that stuff. Didn't steal any of that stuff out on the dock. Wandered around and looked around on the dock. All right. Let's talk about Larry English here. Larry English was not concerned about people there in the daytime. He didn't bother to even collect those daytime videos. Kelly Parr told you, yeah, there was a Sunday, I saw Ahmaud there in the doorway. You know, we don't know if it was December or January. Larry English couldn't have cared less. Might have been instances of other people there during the day, but he couldn't remember because he didn't care about people coming on the property during the day. What did he tell you? He told you he could remember his subcontractors were there, the kids came over there, and Mr. Billy. Don't know who Mr. Billy is. He would sometimes shut off the video cameras and not turn them on for days. Remember in his deposition, he said, yeah, I'd shut them off because they kept going off because people were over there and I'd forget about them and not turn them on. Okay, so he's concerned about his property, but he's concerned about liability because of those kids. He doesn't want one of those kids falling off his dock. Per Larry English, he's a contractor. And by the way, Larry English is the one who referred to it as a construction site. Remember, during his deposition, he called it the construction site. In his experience, it's very common as a general contractor to have people come in and out of the construction site. And what did he tell you? He told you this in his deposition. Nothing had ever been stolen from the construction site in all of 2019 and the first 2 months of 2020. Let's be really, really clear. This whole boat thing, that's a red herring. All right? Total red herring. Nothing had ever been stolen from the construction site. And you can see how much stuff is in there. You got lumber. You got all this stuff. Mr. Arbery never shows up with a bag, doesn't back a U-Haul up to it and start loading out that big saw or anything like that. What does he do? He wanders around inside for a few minutes and leaves. That's all he does. But during late October or the beginning of November 2019, we have no idea what the actual date is, Larry English climbs up a ladder and looks down into his boat that's parked there and goes, oh my gosh, my stuff's missing. Okay, he notices it sometime in the end of October, beginning of November. He can't even tell you what date that was. Okay, and he calls Rash. He goes, okay, Rash, what do I do? And he talks to Rash about this and says, well, I don't know when the stuff was stolen. I don't know who stole it. I think it was my subcontractors who stole it. They're the first suspects. But he also notes that the boat had been back and forth to Douglas where he lives during this time frame. So Larry English, when he's talking to Rash, now knows, I don't know when it was stolen. I don't know who stole it. I don't know where the boat was. And he decides to not even get the police involved. Because what does Rash say? If you want to report to the police, what do? Call the non-emergency number and an investigator will come out and take a report from you. We'll interview you, figure out what everything is. Well, what are the suspects from Larry English's point of view? Well, it's the subcontractors. It's the looky-loos, the white couple with the bag. I mean, that's from the 911 call. He thinks they're the people. And then it might have been the 4 teenagers in Douglas. So it can't be sometime in October, November when Larry English noticed the items missing from the boat, okay? Because we don't even have enough for Larry English to call the police and even do an investigation into this, because he doesn't know where the boat was, much less what date the stuff was stolen off the boat was. We don't know what date this took place. So he never told Travis McMichael, never spoke to Greg McMichael, never talked to William Bryan about any of this boat thing. Okay? Travis McMichael knew the boat thing from gossip, an unreliable source, stale information. Who told it to him? He told you. His mother. Greg McMichael knew about this from Officer Rash. And what did Rash tell you? Yeah, I went down and talked to Greg McMichael and told him that Larry English had the stuff stolen off his boat and that he suspects his contractors. They knew better. What was the intent? I mean, Officer Rash told you, my intent here was for Greg McMichael to be a good witness for the police. He's supposed to be a good witness. If he sees the guy over there again, he's supposed to call 911. And then he's supposed to go, hey, he went this way, he went that way. That's what he's supposed to do, be a good witness. Greg offers his contact information to Officer Rash to give it to Larry English, but Larry English never gets this text. He totally ignores it. Never makes contact with Greg McMichael, never authorizes Greg McMichael to act on his behalf at all. Now, Larry English, it's completely reasonable. I mean, look at this. This is what the actual owner of the property wants to have happen. This is what the owner wants. Find him, talk to him, and tell him not to come back. Okay? That's a totally reasonable response. Completely reasonable. Just, Officer Rash, just tell the young man to please stop coming on the property. Because what happens? My blink alarm thing goes off, and then I have to call the police, and then I have to call Diego Perez, and this is a real hassle. He never takes anything, never steals anything, but my camera's going off. Can you just tell him not to come back anymore? What did Officer Rash tell you? One of the last questions Officer Rash was asked on the stand. What did he say? Well, if Larry English had called the Glenn County Police Department to report the theft of items from his boat, what would have happened? An officer would have been assigned to investigate the case, meaning he would have interviewed Larry English. What would he have said to Larry English? Sir, what was taken? When was it taken? Well, Larry English wouldn't have been able to say when. And who took it? Well, it was my subcontractors, I think. But then there was this white couple, I think. And by the way, I think they're living under the bridge. And, I don't know. And then there's this young man who keeps coming in, but he never takes anything. So this idea that Ahmaud would be a suspect, he's a suspect along with a whole bunch of other people. Okay? So here's the problem. If you're a suspect and you're a suspect and you're a suspect, the police don't automatically go, I'm going to arrest him. I mean, that's not what they do. They actually investigate it, right? Like law enforcement officers. So the idea would be that an officer would go and look into it. That's exactly what Rash said on the stand. Do you remember this? He said, Ahmaud might be a suspect, but he would look into it. We don't even know when this stuff was stolen. Ahmaud would not have been automatically arrested just because Larry English made contact with the police. There would have been an investigation. That's what Rash told you. Rash, an actual law enforcement officer with a badge and a marked patrol car. So then we got the white couple with the bag. He calls the police on December 2nd. They're the suspected boat thieves now. Remember, even on December 1st, he's calling the police going, yeah, these are the thieves who stole the stuff off my boat. I want you to go and check them out. Now, here's what's really important. Larry English called the police and said, please go check out the white couple. They're homeless, living under the bridge. He did not go himself to confront the people under the bridge. I want you to compare and contrast this. Because what do we know about Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael at this point in time? July 13th, they went down and confronted the homeless man under the bridge with their guns. And then called the police to tell them about it, that he's a shady-looking guy. February 11th, Travis McMichael runs home, tells his dad, they get their guns, and they head back down to 220. He says, I'm calling parked in front of 220. All right? Where's Greg McMichael at that time? He's inside with his gun, about to run into Diego Perez, who's inside with his flashlight and his gun. Neither Diego Perez or Greg McMichael bothered to tell Officer Rash that they had both been inside already with their firearms on February 11th. Did they? Nope. And you'll note that the 911 operator stayed on the phone with Travis McMichael the entire time until Officer Rash arrived. That's important. Stayed on the phone the entire time so Travis could keep reporting what he was seeing. So now November 18th, 2019. They don't know anything about November 18th, 2019 until they're shown some videos on February 11th of 2020. So they don't even know about this. And it can't be December 17th, 2019, because nobody knew about that at all. Even Larry English, I don't know. I found these on my phone. I never paid attention to them. Police weren't called. Nothing happened. Okay, but what do we know? Okay, a couple of things. Let's look at this. I want you to watch this. What's Mr. Arbery doing? More importantly, what's Mr. Arbery not doing? All right. Here's the thing. All right. I'm gonna do this. I'm really scared, but I'm gonna do it. It's pitch black. It's pitch black. I'm in the house. I can't see. Okay, I know there's a table. I seriously do. There it is. Okay. Did you see Mr. Arbery do that? Did you see him do this? Did you see him run his shin into anything? Did you see him run into any of this furniture or this equipment? They keep claiming it's pitch black in there. Does he look like he's acting like it's pitch black? Okay. No. I don't know how he's seeing. I don't know if it's the street light. I don't know if it's the moonlight. I don't know if it's a combination of those things. But for him, he can see what's going on inside. On here. Just skirted that lawnmower. Didn't run into it. Didn't bash his elbow on it. And here's what we know Mr. Arbery did on December 17th. After he went in there for a few minutes and looked around, didn't take anything, didn't damage anything. This is what he did. So, can't be February 11th, 2020. That's not the crime we're talking about that they're trying to do a citizen's arrest for. Because a private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the offense. If you fail to immediately arrest, you can't arrest later. Okay, and what do we have here? Well, we know what we have here. We have a criminal trespass at the most, according to law enforcement officer Rash, who then said it was loitering and prowling. But first off, I want to address this. Empathy once again. Where's the empathy from Travis McMichael? Travis McMichael's point of view is, I pulled up and I got out of the car and had a confrontation with this guy because I was about to say, what are you doing here? And then he put his hand near his pocket and then I jumped back in my car. Well, okay, let's think about this. Empathy. Do Ahmaud's actions afterwards, does it look like he thought he was just in a confrontation when he walked into the house? On February 11th? What did he do when he walked in the house on February 11th? Wandered around, looked around for a few minutes, and was gone by the time Diego Perez gets over there with his gun, right? So what do we got? Does it look like he just saw someone in a car out front and it was no big deal to him? I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking. I have no idea. You saw the video. What does it look like from the video? Is he in there hiding? Is he in there crouched down? Or is he just wandering around as usual inside? Remember, no one had ever told him to not be on that property. So the thing is, what you're saying to me is you're going, but Linda, The defense got up here and said he's a burglar. He's a burglar, and he committed all these burglaries. Well, why are they saying that? Well, because they want it to be a burglary, so that's a felony, so that if he's escaping from that felony that he committed, that burglary, they can chase him down. But they didn't know he had done anything that particular day on February 23rd, 2020. What's burglary? When without authority and with the intent to commit a theft therein, that person enters or remains within the dwelling of another. Okay. Criminal trespass. When that person knowingly and without authority enters upon the land or premises of another for an unlawful purpose. Okay, so what do you got? Kind of really similar. One's a felony, one's a misdemeanor, right? Criminal trespass, a misdemeanor. So what's really important right now is what did the defendants know on February 11th, 2020? What did they know?
It's got a dumpster out by the driveway. There's some blacks right in there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They, matter of fact, I'll come to think of it, I kept forgetting about them. They have some kids that age that hang around that house.
Yeah. Well, I've been there for an actual a report of an alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. Now, I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them, whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, all the times on the video that Mr. English sent me, he sent me one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything. I said, so
It's criminal trespass.
yeah, very least. So loitering and prowling.
I had it reported. It's stolen on the first, right down the road.
Now we did have. I took a report down the road here. The house on the corner. The guy where the Jeep and all is, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen, but we got on video the car, the people that come in and stole them, they were from another neighborhood.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, bud. You all right?
What did they know? In front of Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael specifically says to Officer Ash, this is criminal trespassing, a misdemeanor. Why is it criminal trespassing? He's never taken anything. He's never stolen anything. Nothing had ever been taken from the construction site. Officer Ash says it's loitering and prowling. So on February 11th, 2020 at 7:30 at night, Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael know there's absolutely no evidence that Mr. Arbery has committed any felony or theft from the construction site, from the owner himself, and from a police officer. This is what they know on February 11th. What was Officer Ash's plan? This is important. Officer Ash, Glenn County police officer, what was his plan when it came to Mr. Arbery? Was to get his identity information, inform him that this was private property, call Larry English in front of Ahmaud Arbery, put him on speakerphone, let the owner, Larry English, make the decision to either just ask Ahmaud not to come back or to have the police trespass him, meaning I'm giving you an official trespass warning. If you ever come back here again, you'll be arrested. This was Officer Rash's plan. Reasonable. This is what Larry English wanted. Just somebody tell him to not come back, please. That's all. That's all. Robert Rash took the stand. He said a couple more things that were very, very important in this case. How do you identify a burglar? He was asked by the defense this. What did he say? Caught taking something from the house. This is your Glenn County law enforcement officer Rash, who's on the case, who's been talking with Larry English constantly, knows all about this. What did he say to the defense? How do you identify a burglar? Because they get caught taking something from a house. Then he was asked, but wait a second, isn't burglary you enter with the intent to commit a felony or theft therein? What did he say? How would I know what his intent was? Right. How would Officer Rash know what Ahmaud Arbery's intent was? Right there. Said it right in the stand. But the defense, of course, says, well, there are things of value in there. Okay, but those things of value have been in there. They were in there all of 2019. They were in there October, November, December, January, and February. And they were never stolen or taken, ever, by anyone, including Mr. Arbery. It's not a burglar. Okay? So how do you analyze this case? Well, was it a citizen's arrest? You decide. But if they were not conducting a lawful citizen's arrest, you do not have to consider, you still may if you want to, but you don't really have to consider self-defense, because if it's not a lawful citizen's arrest, then they were the first unjustified aggressors and they were committing felonies against Mr. Arbery, and therefore they don't get to claim self-defense. And you can go directly to the charges in the indictment. All right, so it's not a citizen's arrest. This is the state's argument. No crime, not a burglary, not criminal trespass committed in the defendant's presence. None whatsoever. The suggestion that the victim committed a burglary in 2019, you can't arrest him now because he's not escaping from those things. Think about this. How is someone escaping from October 25th out on a dock? How is someone escaping from February 11th, 2020 on February 23rd? Okay? That is irrational. Wanting to question the victim demonstrates their uncertainty on what he had done that day, and wanting to question the victim demonstrates a lack of immediate knowledge, which is required for a lawful citizen's arrest. They didn't see him commit any crime that day. And the state's not saying he wasn't in 220, 220 Satilla Drive. We all know he went in there and wandered around and then came out and then ran off down the street. We all know that. They didn't know that. So let's go ahead and take a look at the evidence in the case. So first off, once again, where are we? Satilla Shores, Royal Oaks is next door, Fancy Bluff, that's where Ahmaud Arbery lives. There's US 17, expressways over there, 95. Ahmaud Arbery. Yesterday, Laura Ho got up here and she gave you Criminal Defense 101. Usually Criminal Defense 101 is no crime actually took place. Well, crime's on video. My client didn't commit the crime. Well, yeah, your client's on the video committing the crime. Criminal Defense 101, step 3. It's the victim's fault. Standard stuff.
Pause it right there.
It's the victim's fault. I know you're not going to buy into that.
Now, did you see her mannerisms when she said step 3?
I was typing. I missed it. I missed it. What'd she do?
The look on her face.
She looked.
She was almost like she wanted to say this shit was pitiful.
Man,
this is what the jury is given as, I guess, saying a summary for them to be able to understand a little bit of the framework of how criminal law works, right? She said step 3, you blame the victim. That's standard. The fact that that's even considered law, to blame the victim. This is, I mean, as, like they say, nothing you say can or will be used against you in the court of law. Well, the reason for that is because they actually have nothing. They have to actually create something. Even if you're on camera, they actually still have to create something. And in cases to where you are definitely the victim, they'll try to put it on you. I've heard cases like that where a police officer shot at someone and his homie was with him and he killed him and his homie caught the murder charge.
Happened to my uncle.
Didn't shoot no gun or nothing.
My uncles and them with how do I say this? Well, it was a group of them, and one of them, and this was a very hard part for my family, one of them didn't make it out of the situation, right. and they all got the charge. And now I learned it as a child. And the police were the ones who made that come about. But because they were, what she said, they were in the act of committing a felony.
Right.
So when you're in the act of committing a felony, you do not have a right to self-defense. You know what I kept thinking about? George Zimmerman. They told George Zimmerman not to follow him.
Yeah.
George Zimmerman was not on the neighborhood watch. George Zimmerman had no right to pursue Trayvon Martin. George Zimmerman should not have been privy to self-defense.
Right.
You do not get to say in the commission of a felony that you did to defend yourself. No, Trayvon Martin was a child and he was defending himself against someone who was attacking him illegally with a gun. The police told him, do not follow him.
Right.
Like these lawyers, man, we're learning this. In this case, you get to see quality attorneys. The one thing, whether or not you agree or disagree, one thing I've noticed on both sides, quality attorneys. The defense has got some, it's like a Matthew McConaughey fest over there for the defense. These Southern drawl motherfuckers ain't, they know what they know they law, and they know. Sunclaw said the other day, the dude with the white hair who's defending Robert, the one who did the video, he used to be a public defender and he got fired because he got off too many people. He got fired for his aggressive tactics in defending individuals in the public defender's office. I said, hot damn, we need him. So he really is Matthew McConaughey. Yeah. And he's associated with the pastor bishop on the side of Ahmaud Arbery. He's connected to the community. He's connected to this city. He's connected to the family. He's connected to Ahmaud Arbery. He's on the side of the fence, but he's connected to the Arbery's through the black pastor.
Mm.
He's intimately related to the black pastor because him and the black pastor helped defend the blacks through this public defender office where he was an aggressive public defender.
Hey, I guess there's no honor. There's no honor nor equity.
amongst thieves, man. Thank y'all for hanging out with us. This is my boy Ruggers. He got his good fiance, Toy the Tutor Butterscotch behind him.
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna be wrapping up, I think, here in a minute, and we could break out in the panel. Y'all welcome to come join and chop it up. She is killing it right now. I even feel bad about using the pronoun as she. But as a man, lately I've been really thinking about, since that intersectionality video, about how men are men a lot of times, and I'm like, I recognize it in this moment. It's like it's not fair to use a pronoun to emphasize her sex because this individual is just a really good attorney. You know what I mean? And it's even hard for me to find a vocabulary to define this individual as just a really good attorney. But I think we've been taught to see things in such a way that this black.
Well, that's if you view the she as being something somewhat of a lesser. Like, I think that was their main programming. Not to digress, but that was their main programming, was that the she didn't have as much strength or power as the he.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? It's like they were trying to equate their inner strength based off of our outer strength, because our shit is visual
versus it being a descriptor.
Exactly.
Which it should be, but it's like, that's again the man part. When men, like, we want it to be a descriptor, when if it's race, then we understand the complexity. Because white people want to say, like, even in the case, they said, okay, who's committing the crime? I need you to describe him to me. Is he black, white, a Hispanic? You know what I'm saying? Because they need the descriptors, right? But even me myself, I've argued that should be eliminated from applications, from that type of questioning, because that creates bias, right? But then a white police officer would say, well, Dennis, how do I know how do I protect myself? Who to look for. If you want to eliminate the descriptor of race, and then the LCC wants to eliminate the descriptor of gender, that puts me at a disadvantage. So in one way I get it, because we're both saying the same thing, like, it's not meant to be negative. We just want to use it as a descriptor. But for them, if they see it as being black, and it is for them, they're like, okay, you want to describe me as a woman, but I'm more than that. How do you feel when I describe you as black? When you're more than that, you're like, oh, I get it. Like, don't just say I'm a good black lawyer. I'm more than the. And then she might say, well, I'm not just saying you're a good black lawyer. I'm just describing you so people know when I'm talking about Dennis, he's the black lawyer and he's really good. But it comes off to me as, well, you just said I'm good because I'm black, or I'm good as black, not really good, but for black, I'm good. And that's the only reason I took that sidebar, because I'm feeling like that when I said she's, even as she's talking, I'm saying to myself, man, she's a really good lawyer. But I'm saying to myself, damn, I'm finally getting what women are saying, like men are really hard-headed. Because it's like, how do I say?
Well, you're not focusing on the fact that she's a she. You're focusing on the fact of her craft.
Correct.
So in your mind, the she, that's just some objective shit. You're not putting no quality towards that. The quality is in, you know, how she's masterful with her craft, and that's that. You know, you're right, 100% right.
But the words and what still have weight, especially when I say them or you say them. The way your voice, the way we articulate, they still have weight. And even though it's a compliment, it's like when someone compliment me who has that type of weight and use black as a descriptor.
Well, I mean, but that's the thing. It's not I think a racial classification is completely different from a gender classification. That's, I think, because.
No, I agree.
Yeah, because when it comes to the racial aspect, then people break that up subjectively. The gender aspect, there's no subjective to it. It's always been something that's objective, not even defined by man.
Correct.
You feel me?
It's real. Race is not real.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? That's not defined by humans. That's not defined. That's not defined by civilized society. That's defined by this world.
Well, shit, we could go to a whole nother podcast, because right now humans are actually defining that.
Yeah,
now.
Their race shit is ours. You know, we can claim that, but we can't claim nothing on gender.
Because they're actually redefining that right now.
Yeah,
they're actually redefining gender or lack thereof. You know what I'm saying? And
they're attempting to.
Yeah, and they actually jumped over race to do so, that's why I say we could have a whole nother show on that. I could do a pity pot, could get really pissy about that, because that when I'm at home in my black pill and everybody gotta listen to me rant, that's what I'm ranting about when I'm off the brown. I'm like, how they jump over race and no one understands what I'm talking about. Yeah. And they like, who is this they? And like Mark Nash was picking on me, like, who is this they? And I'm like, how did they jump over race? How did we just jump over race and go straight to and eliminate sexuality, eliminate gender? And everybody looking at me and I'm just talking and no one gets it.
Yeah.
How did they jump over race and eliminate gender? How do you not eliminate something that's a false construct that you created, but you try to eliminate something because it's going at God? That's why I say that's a whole separate conversation. Because it's really going at spirituality. How do you jump over something that's a false construct that you created and then go to something that's created by something that's greater than you and say to people that don't exist anymore?
And that was absolute in how it was constructed prior to the existence of your kind.
So you don't have to be male or female, but you damn sure got to be black. That's what
Oh man, come on, put the cheers behind that one, bro. You just dropped one.
No, for real though.
That's the real shit right there. Bro.
There's no pill to stop. You can stop puberty. You know, you can get your penis cut off and turn it into an actual vagina, but you gotta stay black.
You're a nigga for life.
God damn. Uncle Ruckus is like, I know Uncle Ruckus is pissed. In this alternate universe, like, how these niggas do this to me, nigga? Hey, where my pill at, nigga? Like, nigga, I've been good to you, nigga.
I don't want to stay no monkey.
Man, where my revitiligo pill at, man?
I'll be a nigga for life.
Exactly. Y'all did it for Michael. I know he knocking at the door, man. Like, and then y'all killed off Stan Lee. Ain't nobody gonna be able to come. Somebody need to make a meme with Uncle Ruckus painted white. You know what I'm saying? So he can live this alternate universe. Bring that into the Spider-Verse. You know what I'm saying?
Real, bro.
White Uncle Ruckus, man. So he can have. And then guess who he gonna marry?
Who?
A black woman. with a big old ass too. With a big old stinking ass too. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna see them in the supermarket together. You know what I'm saying? With that bald head, with that top fade, like Gold Professor said. Let's get back to it, man. Because I know I done pissed off 3, 4, 5 people. 3, 4, 5 people. Let's get back to it.
It's offensive. He lived 1.8 miles away. There was his residence. There's the house under construction. Only 1.8 miles away. February 23rd, 2020 at 1:08 p.m. Mr. Arbery walks up to the open, unsecured construction site. We have our Olson video. Remember, it's off by an hour and 5 minutes. Per the video from inside 220, Mr. Arbery does not take anything, just does what he always does, wanders around and leaves. It's not a burglary, okay? How would you know what his intent was? Well, did he steal anything? No. Did he leave like he always does? Yes. It's a Sunday afternoon, and Mr. Albenzi calls the non-emergency police line at 1:08. I said to him, why didn't you call 911? Because this was not an emergency. It wasn't an emergency. Mr. Albenzi, just another guy over at that house. Again, the house that's unsecured, doesn't have a fence, doesn't even have no trespassing signs on. Can you send somebody out when it's convenient? Not an emergency. Greg McMichael is in front of 230 Satilla Drive alone, and he sees Mr. Arbery running down the street. Driveway decision 1. How do we know he didn't witness any crime? But the whole thing started when I saw this guy running down the street. He does not know that Mr. Arbery was inside 220. He only sees him running down the street. Travis McMichael certainly didn't know anything. He's inside on the sofa. Greg McMichael assumed the worst. And so I thought, well, he's running from somebody. He's just done something. He might have hurt somebody or whatever, because, this guy's been in and out of that damn one house over and over and over again, got him on videos and everything. That is not sufficient for a citizen's arrest. This is not probable cause. I don't know what in the world this guy was doing, but he's running down the street real fast. That's what this is. And remember, he's talking to the police about what he believed Ahmaud Arbery had done that day. He must have done something today. He's running down the street. Let's chase after him with guns. That's what happened. Driveway decision. Greg McMichael chooses to arm himself with a handgun. Travis McMichael chooses to arm himself with a pump shotgun. These are their choices. Travis McMichael had his cell phone, but Greg McMichael does not take his cell phone to him. All right. This is really important, ladies and gentlemen. On February 11th, the 911 operator stayed on the phone with Travis McMichael the entire time, right? So if Greg McMichael had actually made contact with the 911 operator, what would have been happening inside the truck? He'd have been on the phone with that 911 operator going, yeah, he's going this way.
Art, you're welcome to come up. I know, Art, your time be limited. If you just kicking back listening, we could go back to the video, but Art, you're welcome to join the panel if you want to chop it up real quick about the closing arguments and you want to drop some bombs on everybody, with your good wisdom. Everybody Make sure in the panel, in the chat, if you're not subscribed to Art New Style, great professor, PhD, you're going to get some intelligent conversations, some of the best panels in YouTube, but not only some of the best panels and conversations in YouTube, but you're going to see some of the most beautiful art he does. And last time I gave Art his roses, some people were surprised, Rogus. They didn't know that he do a black artist panel beyond the conversation panels that he do. Like, if you really watch Art, I love when he does the panels with all of the black artists and they're all drawing at the same time, having intelligent. Come on, man. At the same time, having an intelligent conversation as highlighting all these black artists. So make sure you subscribe to Art New Style. You're going to be there's so much going on in this sector that people don't understand. There's so much complexity to black men, fathers, husbands, professors, intellectuals, artists, musicians, you know what I'm saying?
It's like an internet ashram, if you will.
You know, so law enforcement, lawyer, legal, PhD. You most definitely will be pleasantly surprised, just like people I know are when they come to my show. So I just want to offer the invitation out to Art while you in the panel, 'cause I know you be having limited time, and give you a shout out while we having our show. So thank you for stopping through. I'm gonna get back to it, but the link out there if you want to come through.
He's coming this way, he's going that way, okay? The fact that Greg McMichael was not on the phone with 911, giving them a play-by-play, tells you that Travis and Greg knew they had not called 911. Travis knew his dad hadn't called 911, okay? Neither one of them called 911. They had no intention of calling 911. Just like they went and confronted the homeless guy under the bridge and then called 911. Just like they ran back down on February 11, 2020 to the house and then called 911. What do? They get their guns, they go to do a confrontation, and then they call 911. Greg McMichael didn't even bother to take his cell phone with him. Obvious to Travis, he did not call 911. Travis McMichael. 60 seconds after Mr. Arbery has run past 230 Satilla Drive, he makes his driveway decision. Doesn't tell his dad to calm down. Doesn't tell his dad that no, he's not getting a shotgun and running after somebody. Doesn't tell his dad this is a really, really bad idea. We shouldn't do this. No, what does he do? His white F-150 pickup truck backs out of the driveway and heads in the direction that Mr. Arbery was running. This happens after he gets his shotgun and getting into his pickup truck. Travis McMichael testified that he went to the end of the driveway and he saw Mr. Albenze point one time down the street. There was no verbal communication by Mr. Albenze with the McMichaels. That was a lie.
Bold-faced lie.
She dropped the mic.
Yo, she started strutting, cuz. She got a strut on.
She dropped the mic. I think she dropped the mic.
She's stunting on him, man. She knows she is.
What we have here is 21325. Can y'all see this okay? Am I blocking your way? All right. So what we have here, as you can see, is Mr. Albenze, right? Here's the black car. Remember the black car goes by, and Mr. Arbery runs the other way, down this way, right? So let's go ahead and play it. There goes the black car. Mr. Albenze is there. There goes Ahmaud. Do you see him? Right there. Ahmaud's running. There he goes, right there. You see him? Down the street, and there he goes. All right? Then what happens? See the white truck right here? You're looking at it? Somebody comes out, goes to the door of the truck. Mr. Albenze is still right here underneath the tree. Somebody else comes out. Do you see the second person come out and go around the front of the truck? Greg McMichael. Because where's Greg McMichael? Greg McMichael's going into that, sit in that car seat, right? Second person comes around. And what happens? Then Mr. Albenze walks down the street. He's walking. Truck pulls out. Wow. Truck pulls out. Mr. Albenze does his pointing when the truck is already pulled out and going down the street. Want to see it again? Back it up.
Is this the cat with the white hair in the middle?
There's Mr. Albenze. Here's the black car.
Some random neighbor.
I'm not sure.
There goes Ahmaud, running down the street.
Kenneth said this is the best part.
This is the white truck. He's still underneath here. There comes somebody in the truck. He's right there. There comes Gregory McMichael. He comes around. He gets in. Then Mr. Albenze starts walking down the street. Chuck pulls out. There goes his arm. There goes his arm. Where's the truck? Already pulled out. Already pulled out and heading down the street. All right. Should you trust the statements of Travis McMichael? Now, let's go ahead and first take a look at this. He told you he's not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed. And yet all he talked about was, well, he kept reaching in his pants, he kept reaching in his pocket. Well, did you think he was armed or not? Then what did he tell you? This is what I was thinking. Mr. Arbery may have run by. Maybe Matt had seen him. Maybe he has broken in. Maybe Larry English is over at 220. I don't know. Maybe Ahmaud Arbery was caught. Maybe Ahmaud Arbery is running from the police. These are all maybes. He doesn't know anything. These are all the maybes he testified to. He said he assumed he was committing a crime. That's what he said on the stand. Remember, I wrote it out. You said you assumed he was committing a crime. I went down there to see if it was him. Then he said, I don't know. I don't know what he did that day. I don't know. Then he wanted to talk about his totality of the circumstances and all that stuff that he knew that was going to allow him to do the citizen's arrest. What did he talk about? Well, I heard from my mom about the stuff stolen off the boat. Okay, well, can't arrest somebody on the unsupported gossip of someone else. Can't do that. And then, I saw him inside the house, and I knew he was in there on a couple other days because I'd seen video on February 11th, he saw these videos. Okay, well, that's not having committed a crime in his immediate presence. This is somebody showing you some stuff later. And then he knew about the white couple. Oh, yeah, I knew there were other suspects for stealing the stuff and other suspects who had gone in the house, the white couple. Okay? And then he also said, well, yeah, and then there was the shady-looking guy under the bridge. He was also kind of a suspect. He said, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. What happened down the road? I was ordering him to stop. What gives you the right to order Ahmaud Arbery to stop?
Thank you.
My impression was that he could be a threat because who knows what can happen? Oh my God. Self-defense, you have to think you're in imminent danger of receiving serious bodily harm or death. It's imminently happening. I'm about to die. My impression was that he could be a threat. Yeah, who knows what could happen? Here's what I said on the stand. All right, so what else have we got? If Greg had called 911, he still would have been on the phone with 911. We know that. That's how 911 works. They stay on the phone with you. He knew he wasn't on the phone with 911. He told you he didn't know what his father was saying to him on. Really? Does anybody believe that? That he's in the car with his dad, but he has no idea what it was that his father was actually saying to Ahmaud as well as what he was saying? Now, what did he talk about? He talked about that continuum of the use of force and blah, blah, blah. Level 2 is commands. Okay. I'm sorry. How do police officers command people to do stuff? How do they usually do that? Because police officers, are they yelling at you? Or are they politely saying stuff to you when they're commanding you to do things? Do you believe for a minute he was talking softly to Ahmaud Arbery? What's going on? What are you doing? Please stop for me. Do you really believe that for 1 minute? I'm going to ask you another question. Do you think this Travis McMichael who took the stand was the same Travis McMichael from February 23rd? You think they're the same person? Or you think this is trial preparation? What tone of
She
voice do
took
we have being used by the McMichaels?
Hello. 911, what's the address of emergency? I'm out here at Satilla Shores. There's a black male running down the street. Satilla, where at Satilla Shores? I don't know what street we're on. Stop right there! Is it? Stop! Travis! Sir, hello?
Ask yourself, was that the tone of voice being used? Well, yes, we know it was. He just said, stop. God damn it, stop, to Mr. Arbery in that tone of voice. All right, use of force continuum. Presence. Did not have, no badge, no uniform, no authority. Just some strange guys in a white pickup truck. Strangers. Verbal commands. They don't have any authority to use verbal commands. This is a fellow citizen. This is another human being. They're pulling up on him and they're commanding that he stop and talk to them. And then, of course, he skipped level 3, level 4, level 5, and went right to deadly force. Boom. Someone's dead. Claims he didn't cut off Ahmaud on Burford, did not get out with his shotgun. I don't know, you believe any of that? Told the police he got out of his car in Holmes, a few houses down, and yelled at Ahmaud to stop. Now he says that didn't happen. And his convenient excuse is, I was really confused. What did he say the Coast Guard goals were? To not escalate, but to keep everyone calm and cool. You don't want anything to escalate. But then he tells you, oh, but you pull out a shotgun and point it at somebody to de-escalate a situation. What are you talking about? Does this logic make any sense to anybody? Travis McMichael never said to the police, I was making an arrest. I was trying to arrest him for the crime of this. Wouldn't that be really, really important? Hey, I was trying to effectuate a citizen's arrest for this crime that I know he committed. Wouldn't that be something you tell the police? Never once. Never told Mr. Arbery he was under arrest. Never said, I saw him commit the crime of blank today. Because he didn't. He was sitting on his sofa. Never said, I was afraid he was going to hurt my dad or pull him down. Never even mentioned being afraid for his dad. Not once. Anything about the English's boat or anything being stolen from 220. Never mentioned it. Never talked about it. 2-hour and 45-minute interview. Doesn't talk about any of this stuff. Assumed the worst. Here's what he did. So he stopped and I said, hey, just want to talk to you, where are you running from? Where are you going? This is what he says he said. He's asking Ahmaud about what he was doing that day. Because he didn't know what he'd done that day, but he assumed the worst. He must have committed some crime. What's your emergency? There's a black man running down the street. What did Agent Seacrest tell you? GBI agent, I can't compel anyone to speak to me. They knew better, just like Agent Seacrest knows. I can't compel anybody to talk to me. All right, let's go ahead and talk about defendant Bryan. 307 Burford. You've seen his night out video. I'm not playing it for you again. It's motion activated on the porch. Travis McMichael's white 150 pickup truck comes in front. Driveway decision. And this is important, ladies and gentlemen. This is really important. Y'all got him? Why is this important? What does this say? Mr. Bryan, from his porch, can tell that they are chasing and trying to falsely imprison, stop, define, confine Mr. Arbery. He can tell it from his porch. He knows exactly what they're doing. Y'all got him? He knows what they're doing, and you know what he chooses to do? His independent own decision. I'm going to go join him to try and stop this guy, confine and detain him. He just joins in and starts helping.
Pause it right there. Perfect.
Driveway decision. That is what being a party to.
That's to me, that's the nail in the coffin. the fact that the neighbor, he mentioned what he did. Oh, y'all got him. Notice when Arbery, I never saw this. I don't look at these videos like this because, again, like I said, I'm culturally biased, so I stay away from it. I didn't know he was running. They say he was jogging. That was a run, and that was before they started pursuing him.
Right. I think the video most of us saw was just the actual last confrontation where he expires.
Right.
But there looks like, you see that map she has right there? There was multiple interactions to where they were on the phone with the police. He gets away and they cut him off again. They're literally hunting him down.
Yeah, that's a hunt.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nah. I don't need to get crunk. Go ahead, cuz.
No. To where someone joins in, like it's 1820s or something.
Exactly, and that's the point. That's why I always speak on culture. This is why I always speak on culture. This is why you see that medallion on my avatar. It's culture. So what she's trying to do is I mean, everyone knows what it is. That's why I say she's pleading for them to not look at this from their perspective of culturally reflexive whiteness.
Correct.
She shouldn't have to say black, right? She shouldn't have to say black and white with this. There shouldn't even be no colors involved with this. This is open shut, no matter who they put in whatever situation. But when you put the cultural factor in there, now you got to ask yourself, will the state take that into consideration? Even though they will ask you, like you said earlier, what does he look like? What does she look like? You know what I'm saying? Color helps as far as using that race designation. It helps in some regard. But to use it in some instances and not in others, you're already moving from a place to where justice can't be brought forth. So really, I don't know. Personally, I hope the cats get off because I want to see some funk. I hope they get off, and I really do. Oh,
subscribe, everybody. Rogan son, everybody. Make sure you subscribe to my guy, man. Black pill for everybody. Black pill for you. Black pill for you.
Viva la Joker. Viva la Joker. I'm tired of playing the game, man. All this up and down and yo. Nah, just do the one stupid dumb move that's gonna click it off, cuz.
Before Thanksgiving.
Before Turkey Day, homie.
Don't even wait. Rogan said, don't wait. Y'all come back with the verdict tomorrow. Let's go.
Please.
Make it a real Black Friday.
Indeed.
We said it first on the Perfect Man show from the Perfect Man. Make it a real Black Friday.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna echo and reverberate. God told me to say that, y'all. Don't get mad at me. All right, let's go.
The crime is. You go to help some people who are committing some crimes, trying to stop this guy and detain him and confine him. He joined in. Y'all got him? He knew exactly what the McMichaels were doing. What did Mr. Bryan tell you? So I just kind of sat there for a minute and didn't really know what to do. And then he was trucking. So, he closed in on me quick. And as soon as he got up to me, I overshot the road. I was kind of angled. I overshot the road and forced him to go down into the ditch right there. Aggravated assault with a pickup truck on Mr. Bryan's verdict form? Check. And I angled my truck at him again. I think he kind of turned around. I missed him or whatever. I missed him. He was intending to hit him. I missed him. When you say, well, I missed him, what does that mean you were trying to do? You were trying to hit this person. Then at the scene, he tells Officer Minshew, one time when I cornered him up over here on Burford, he was trying to get in my truck. He tried to get in my door. Okay. Trying to get in his door. Or, Mr. Bryan, did you get so close to Mr. Arbery that Mr. Arbery had to push off from your truck, getting white fibers from his t-shirt and his palm print on your truck? Because you got so close to hitting him, he had to push off to get away from you. I can't say for sure that he wasn't on the door. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door, but after I angled him off the side of the road, and I kind of went on past him because I didn't hit him, wish I would have, might have took him out and not got him shot. But I probably got past him a little bit. and he comes up on me, and I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming to the door, and I see his hands right behind the door. After I angled him off the side of the road, I kind of went on past him. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door. Yeah, towards the entrance, but I confronted him again. I angled at him again. We're now at aggravated assault number 3. Before we got to the road he was lying on, right at that house that's on the left-hand side, you're heading towards the entrance of the neighborhood. So he confronted him once again, right there at that corner of Holmes and Satilla. I put it in reverse and was going to back up at him. And that's when he made his move to go down the road it happened on. Felony murder, right here. Felony murder for criminal attempt at false imprisonment. Felony murder for aggravated assault with a pickup truck. Mr. Bryan kept Mr. Arbery from running down Satilla Drive and out of Satilla Shores. He redirected him up Holmes. But for those actions, Mr. Arbery would be alive. Played a necessary and substantial part in the death of Mr. Arbery. All right, so I backed up and started going down that way. I think I angled at him again. Kind of forced him off the road or something right in here, and he turned around. He turned around right here. The black guy did. He turned around maybe down this far or so. He turned around and started running back the other way, and I pulled into a drive or something and started to turn around. 4th aggravated assault with a pickup truck. There's his route. There's the McMichael route, and here it is all together. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the indictment. How in the world could defendant Bryan be held responsible if he was in his Silverado filming the murder at the time Travis McMichael murdered Ahmaud Arbery? How can Greg McMichael be held responsible? Okay, it's real simple. Party to a crime. The law does, in Georgia, believe that everybody who helped, encouraged, advised, went inside a house and grabbed their son and told him to get a shotgun and come on, they're all equally responsible for the ultimate death of the victim. Because a person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the crime. Travis McMichael, pulling the trigger on the shotgun, helps in the commission of the crime. He wouldn't have been able to do that if not for his father and if not for Mr. Bryan. Intentionally advises, encourages. That's what Greg McMichael's doing. Cut him off, cut him off. Go this way. No, I'm going to go that way. What are they doing in the truck? They're working together, Greg and Travis McMichael. That's why they're both responsible. Laura Hook got up here and said, Greg McMichael's not a murderer. Yes, he is. Greg McMichael is just as big a murderer as Travis McMichael is because he's a party to this crime. Okay? When 3 people chase an unarmed man in 2 pickup trucks with guns in order to violate his personal liberty, who gets to claim, I'm not really responsible for that? Under the law in Georgia, no one gets to say that. Everybody is responsible. All right, how? All right, I'm going to give you an example. This is just an illustration, just to make a point, okay? 4 men drive to a bank to commit an armed robbery. All right? You got the driver who never gets out of the car. You got the lookout who stands outside. You got a guy who goes in without a gun. And you got a guy who goes in the bank and shoots the guard. All right? So who's guilty? Under the law in Georgia, all of them are responsible for aggravated assault for shooting the guard and armed robbery for trying to rob the bank or robbing the bank. All right? Because they committed the crime or they helped in the commission of the crime or they advised and encouraged someone to commit the crime. And of course you're saying, but Linda, only one person had their finger on the trigger in this case, and that was Travis McMichael. So how do we find Greg McMichael and William Roddy Bryan guilty of malice murder? Well, under the law in Georgia, it's as if they were all holding the gun together. And in this example, the guy who never got out of the car, who was the getaway driver, is just as guilty. In this example, the guy who got out of the car and just stood at the front of the bank is just as guilty. Party to a crime. So under the law, all are involved. Why? Well, Greg McMichael, he was seeking to confront Ahmaud Arbery. He was encouraging Travis McMichael to come with him, encouraging Travis to cut him off. Greg McMichael threatened Ahmaud to get him to stop. Okay? We would not be here if it weren't for Greg McMichael. Travis McMichael, without Travis McMichael deciding to actually take his shotgun and help his dad. He could have told his dad, we're not doing this. calm down, call the police. There's a whole bunch of decisions both of them could have made that would never have resulted in Ahmaud Arbery's death. He decided he was going to drive his pickup truck to chase Ahmaud, and he got out of that truck with that shotgun, totally and absolutely unnecessarily. Mr. Bryan, who decided to help the McMichaels, without Bryan, who then assaulted Ahmaud in his pickup truck in an effort to falsely imprison him on Burford, without him redirecting Ahmaud onto Holmes, without Bryan chasing Ahmaud toward Travis McMichael, we wouldn't be here, because Ahmaud Arbery would not be dead. Doesn't matter who actually pulled the trigger. Under the law, they're all guilty, even of malice murder. All right, let's take a look at the crime scene. Of note, Ahmaud Arbery had nothing on him, no bag, no backpack, no burglary, no cell phone, no ID, no wallet, no keys, no gun, no weapon, nothing. I'm going to show you some crime scene photos. So what do we have? All right, take a look at this. This is what's important in this picture. These pants are so baggy. Look at this. Look how baggy they are. Look where his belt is. He's running like this. There's no way they believe he had a gun on him. Absolutely no way. Mr. Arbery was shot. First in the torso and through the wrist. All right? He was shot this way, where it came out this way. So what's he doing? He's coming around that corner. Here it is. Here it is. His wrist gets shot. There's no way he's striking Travis McMichael. There's no way he's hitting him. All right, we don't know. Did he grab the end of the shotgun? Did he try and push it away? Who knows? What we do know is it happened like this, and Travis McMichael fired. They struggle over the gun. Yeah, then they're struggling over the gun. 2 more gunshots, and he gets shot under his left armpit. I am going to show you the crime scene photos. So what do we have? Why do we know he got shot in the wrist? Because of the blood spatter, the arterial spurt. Remember? Okay? Why is there blood here in the road in this driveway? From the arterial spurt from the wrist. That's how we know the wrist got shot when he was shot in the torso. And there's the evidence of it in the crime scene photos. What do we also know? Here's the gunshot wound to the torso. Here's the gunshot wound under the armpit. Both lethal injuries. Travis McMichael, at the end of his interview, the very end of his interview with Detective Nohilly, do you remember if he grabbed the shotgun at all? I want to say he did, but I honestly cannot remember. If he grabbed that shotgun, that would be the first thing Travis McMichael would have said. Yeah, he grabbed my shotgun. All right, we are going to talk about Greg McMichael. Greg McMichael did attempt to control the narrative after this took place. He's the one who started this whole thing, and now his son has killed someone. And that young man is laying dead in the street from these shotgun blasts. So what does Greg McMichael do? Well, while first responders are on the scene, he's going up and he's telling his kid, you didn't have any choice. He goes over and he talks to Bryan to find out what he saw. Oh, he's got a video. He goes over and he talks to Diego Perez. He's outside the crime scene tape, wandering around, talking to people. Someone brings him his phone. A stranger comes up to him. Some neighbor comes up to him. I mean, this is a crime scene. There is a deceased young man in the middle of the road, and strangers are walking up to him. And what does he tell this stranger? This guy ain't no shuffler. This guy's an asshole. Malice, right there. That's how you know, right there. 2:15 p.m., he's talking to Captain Tom Jump, the head of CID, the head of the Criminal Investigations Division of Glenn County Police Department, while Tom Jump's crime scene tech is taking photos. Okay? And then Greg McMichael drives his white truck from the scene. Sheila Ramos never got any pictures of the white truck. Sheila Ramos never got any pictures of the Silverado. The white truck was never searched. Mr. Bryan's truck was never searched. Neither of those trucks were impounded. So what do we got? We got this. Outside the crime scene tape, talking to the head of CID. And what happens? Look at the crime scene photos. Take a look at them. What happens next? He drives that truck away while the crime scene tech is there taking photos. No one said Mr. Arbery had a weapon. Nobody said Mr. Arbery made any verbal threats or gestures. Nobody said I saw him commit a crime today. No one said I'm making a citizen's arrest. No one was trying to arrest him for the crime of anything. No one ever said any of these things on February 23rd, 2020. Greg McMichael's statements to the police. These are important. This is why Greg McMichael is guilty. Did this guy break into a house today? That's just it. I don't know. That's what I told what's her name out there. I said, listen, you might want to go knock on doors down there because this guy just done something because he was fleeing from. I don't know. He might have gone in somebody's house. You can't make a citizen's arrest because someone's running down the street and you have no idea what crime they have committed that day. You can't hold somebody so the police can show up to go, well, he must have done something. Why don't you police officers go figure out what it was that he went and did today? But that's what Greg McMichael told the police. Then he was asked, is he picking up anything or going through anything? You know, not that I recall. I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out of there. Or if he did, it was early on in the process, but he keeps going back over there over and over again, this damn house. No one ever said, we have evidence that he stole items out of Larry English's boat back on some unknown date, so we were trying to arrest him for that. There's never any mention of Larry English's house and the stolen items off the boat. Not by anybody. My intention was to stop this guy so they could be arrested. Never says for what. Never says what crime it was he was going to be arrested for. I don't think the guy's actually stolen anything. Did he break into a house today? I don't know. And in that same sentence, he could be arrested or at least identified. So this is all for identification. This whole entire thing, this was all to do what? Identify Mr. Arbery. That's what we're doing. That's what Greg McMichael says. How do you know it was an attack on Mr. Arbery? Strangers with intent to kill. I yelled, stop or I'll blow your fucking head off or something. I wanted to know that we weren't playing. This is what he said to the police. Now, Borgo got up here and went, yeah, he was just confused. He didn't mean that. He didn't remember what he said. Really? He proudly told the police, this is what he said to Mr. Arbery. We're going to kill you if you don't stop. Gregory McMichael. Yeah, he was trapped like a rat. Knowledge, intent that they had committed false imprisonment on Holmes Drive. Right there. Greg McMichael, guilty of all charges. Why? What's your emergency? I'm out here in Satilla Shores and there's a black man running down the street. Yeah, this is what we get. This is what we get. Driveway decisions and assumptions. Right here. We've gone through all this. I'm not going to do it again. Bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, they committed 4 felonies against Ahmaud Arbery in violation of his personal liberty before he finally tried to run around their truck after running from them for 5 minutes. He was trying to get away from these strangers who are yelling at him, threatening to kill him. And then they killed him. Do you have any doubt that they committed all of the charges in the indictment? No. No. Remember, a reasonable doubt does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it's a doubt for which a reason can be given. In other words, you say it out loud. I doubt William Roddy Bryan was committing aggravated assault with his pickup truck because it was just reckless conduct. If you can honestly look each other in the eye and say that about Mr. Bryan, with a straight face, ladies and gentlemen, you're the jury. You decide. This is your search for the truth. If you honestly can look at each other and say that out loud, then find him not guilty of the aggravated assault. Find him guilty of a lesser. Because you decide. You are Glenn County. I mean, today you are Glenn County. Remember, this isn't about having personal baggage back in the jury room. It's not about a point of view or an agenda or anything like that. That's not what's going on. Y'all are really, really smart, and you've paid really, really close attention to this case. You're going to determine what really happened based on the evidence, and then you're going to apply the law that the judge gives you to that evidence. It's not about being an advocate for anybody. It's your search for the truth. I suggest once again that you work from the bottom of the indictment. It's just going to be easier. Criminal attempt at false imprisonment, and then work your way through it. It'll help you logically. Remember party to a crime when you're talking about Greg McMichael and Mr. Bryan. You're going to get a verdict form. The state is asking you to fill it out this way, especially for Mr. Bryan and the aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. He's not guilty of simple assault. He's not guilty of reckless conduct. He's not guilty of reckless driving. He's guilty of aggravated assault for putting Ahmaud Arbery in reasonable apprehension, fear of receiving serious bodily injury. I overshot the road and forced him into a ditch. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing. This isn't about whether these three men are good people or bad people. That's not what this is about. It's about responsibility. It's about holding people accountable and responsible for their actions. When they do something like this, they have to be held accountable and responsible. Nobody gets a free pass. Okay? Would you get a free pass? Who gets a free pass? No. The law basically says if you commit the crime, you're going to be held responsible. And ladies and gentlemen, when you come back with a guilty verdict on all the charges, this isn't saying somebody's a good person or a bad person. What you're saying is, you know you committed the crime. Now we know you committed the crime too. That's all it is. They know what they did. It's not like they don't know what they did. They know exactly what they did and they know why they did it. It's not a mystery to them. When you come back with your guilty verdict, all you're doing is telling them, we know what you did too. And we're going to hold you responsible for it. Because guess what you did? You turned this young man into that young man. That's what you did. For absolutely no good reason at all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to find all three defendants guilty of all the charges in the indictment. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we're going to come back with the charge of the court. Do not begin your discussions or deliberations in this case until you have received the final charge of the court. Again, with about 10 minutes, and we'll come back and get that onto the record. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Why don't they ever get the judge's expressions? I want to see the judge's expressions.
Yeah, they show him only on the break. They only show him on the break. Yeah, They haven't really been showing him.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? What everybody got to say? It's going to the jury, man. She that popped off, she popped back up, man. She popped back up, man. We could break this shit down. It's going to the jury. So next, the judge is gonna give the jury instructions.
22:11.
So that's gonna be interesting to listen to, but it will not be as exciting, but it will be extremely illuminating and informative on the actual verdict. So we are going to listen to the jury instructions, but it will not be exciting, but it will let you know on why the verdict comes back the way it does. Because most definitely in the Kenosha case, it came down to the jury instructions. The jury instructions were so complex and so convoluted, and that goes back to these pretrial arguments that they stop closing arguments. I've never heard of interrupting or stopping closing arguments. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't know you could do that. All these things that I thought were absolutes are being debunked in my mind, are just being blown away. So several times they stopped closing arguments, interrupted closing argument, and sent the jury back to the jury room. That was amazing. So, oh man, what you got, bro?
I think, I mean, like I said, y'all been seeing me type it. I really do hope they get off.
EBK all day, every day.
I mean, look, the thing is, I'm tired, man. You know what I'm saying? And now to see this woman have to plead with these jurors to do what they know is right. And the only reason that she's pleaded, as you said, like you brought up Matthew McConaughey, and what ain't that movie? Time to Kill.
Man.
Right?
Oh,
Time to Kill. The crescendo and the height of the movie was in him giving his closing argument and said, just imagine the child is white.
Wow.
That's how he had to, I mean, you know, so that's how strong that is from a tribal perspective, I think, you know what I'm saying, with Pleasantville. So I don't know, man. It's that's why I want them to get off, man. I'm tired of playing this yo-yo game with that. Because it's like, look, it's either the law or it's a their law type of situation. If it is a the law type of situation, then we see some citizens who got out of pocket with another citizen. Again, it should be open and shut, no matter who, what skin color or whatever was in either position. These are the citizens that were right. These are the citizens that were wrong. They went through everything that someone making a citizen arrest would be permitted to do. They still followed none of that. That's completely shut and cut. I don't care if it was a Klansman who they killed. It don't matter that it was a black dude who they, you know what I'm saying, who they shot. Really, it shouldn't matter. But due to the fact of how color resonates tribally with, you know what I'm saying, those in Pilgrimville, they got to bring it up like that. And they got to, you know what I'm saying, do a little bit of operation, you know what I'm saying, operation game type of touches with it. You know what I'm saying? Don't touch the sides when you plant this here. So, you know what I'm saying? She's being very surgical with where she places black and race. Very surgical. And that shouldn't be the case inside of a system to where they will also admit that, okay, yes, there are racial disparities. If you can't take that perspective to a jury, and this is a jury who you select to be non-biased, then is that really a jury? Or is that more of a hookup that you're trying to get from them?
You know what I like about what you said? For everybody listening, and Kenneth, man, you've been having some great comments, man. Please join the panel, man. Kenneth Ross Jr., you're welcome. I think the biggest coffin nail you just shared, brother, is when you said Matthew McConaughey's closing, when he said, imagine the child is white. So for everybody who may not be able to get to where Rogus is saying and how simplistic this decision is for him, imagine that the child is white. Because what I said about Kyle and Ahmaud, I'm going there. I'm going there because you said it. That's a coffin nail. I want to give you a coffin nail. I know, because you kept going, but that's a coffin nail right there. Put me in a pickup truck, you in a pickup truck, and my son in a pickup truck with guns, and put us on, because a lot of homeless white men under the freeway right now. And I told y'all, it surprised me how many homeless white men I see that are under the age of 40 years old. Able-bodied homeless white men all day, every day. So put me, 3 black men, 3 pickup trucks, 3 rifles, and the white man ends up dead. And Ahmaud Arbery is on video with obviously some mental health issues, right? Y'all seen that video of Ahmaud Arbery with some mental health? I said the same thing about Kyle Rittenhouse. There's a lot to talk about beyond this case about fatherless sons in America and the breakdown of families of father power. What was Kyle trying to prove? What was Ahmaud trying to prove? Both of them had a lack of direction.
Yeah.
But switch it around. Let's be Matthew McConaughey. For anybody who listens who might be saying, oh, that's a black guy showing a black case and you're giving a biased opinion. We've admitted that we have bias. We both have admitted that we have bias. But now I'm going to propose to you a question, and I want you to give it an honest thought before you answer. 3 black men, 3 vehicles, 3 pickup trucks, 3 rifles, and a white 20-year-old male ends up dead who was out jogging, dressed in his Nike jogging attire and jogging shoes.
And we take it upon ourselves to assume that he's doing something. We say that we assume that he's doing something illegal, knowing that prior to we had some information about him before that. So none of this is premeditated. They still aren't getting them for premeditated murder.
I think they might have to have us on protective custody. So, because add this to it. Add to the fact that after this white man is dead by this 3 black men who are ex-police who should have known better, add to the fact that after he's dead. Now think about this qualification I'm going to add, because my brother been saying this should be open and shut case. After he's dead, we've changed. The only thing we've changed is race, right? Dave Chappelle.
Right.
We've killed. Now think about this. We're ex-police, ex-military, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now after now the white public is listening to this case. They already pissed because they gonna interject race, right? Now think about what's happened after the white man is dead. They're looking at us critically, and guess what they find, Rogish?
What's that?
He never committed a crime. We wouldn't live through the trial.
No,
because the oppressors, the white public, the people, they would not be able to stomach the fact that, number one, okay, you black, you was a police officer, you should have known better. Number two, you cornered him in, you said he was doing something, and then you killed him. You should have been able to take him down. It's 3 of y'all, 3 cars. I don't know why he ends up dead, but he ends up dead. Okay, he ends up dead. But now I come to find out you 3 black guys with 3 cars killed the white man because you said he stole something. Come to find out, you had him on videotape. He's never stolen anything, and now he's dead. After we do he didn't do anything wrong. That's what you're telling me. My son, this white guy, was just jogging, and you now want self-defense? Can anybody listening stomach? Can you? Come on now. You now want self-defense? You 3 black men, you were ex-police, you killed the guy. I give you all of that. But after the death, after everything is over, that now I'm starting to think about how incompetent you are.
Exactly.
I cannot give you privy to self-defense. You are incompetent. And you tracked him down and you killed him. Why you just didn't arrest him if you ex-police, ex-military, 3 cars, rifles, guns. He didn't have no gun. He ends up dead. And now we find out he didn't do no crime.
And they want to claim self-defense, and the way that they kill him is in hunting fashion. Do you think the other party, if the roles were reversed, they will be able to see that we did so in hunting fashion? Would they or would they not, you know what I'm saying, push that for the courts to acknowledge such?
They be tearing down the walls. They be tearing down the walls. They would be.
This comes down to humanity to me, man. That's the thing. That, you know what I'm saying, I can look at it from a racial perspective, but I rather look at it from a perspective as if the law actually held integrity. So there are many a case that comes up where they get a chance to do so. And I mean, this shouldn't even went to trial, man. This should not went to trial. You saw what was on camera, but the fact that as black people, we have to stomach them going over what you know is a clear lie. And not only that, so remember, the situation you gave was that this is what happens in this scenario. Now, let's say that there's a 350-year attached history to it.
Right.
Come on, man. I mean, you know, this is what I don't like about this, the fact that we have to speak diplomatic about it.
So look, look at Kenneth Ross Jr. says, so do we need the chaos before it changes? Why clamor for injustice here? And then Kenneth also, the conversation continued, and Kenneth said, facts, he could have even committed a crime and there would not be justice in that case.
Right.
So to address,
even if he did commit a crime. Even
if he did. So to address Ken, like, I agree, Ken. I'm a spiritual person. Check me out on Sunday. I do. I preach, but you know, all the good pastors I knew had a pistol on their hip. You know what I'm saying? But I believe in that though, Ken. I do. I'm a spiritual person. Check out yeah, man. Check out my sermons. But you know what I was thinking, Ken? And I know Rogus and my sister are like this because we real intellectuals here. So to answer your question, and this is not easy that I say it like this. I work in healthcare IT for over 20 years, right? At Kaiser and the UC hospitals here in Northern California. And what you're saying, Ken, is do you know we're going through a pandemic? We're in the third year. Rogus, Ken, I don't know what you do, but you sound very intelligent. Do you know what a cold actually is? Do you know what the purpose of a cold is for a body? So it's unfortunate that we may require a cold, right? That the country may require a flu of sorts.
Jumpstart that immune system.
Correct. Every year you have a cold. Every year it's not a bad thing that you have a cold. Do you know what your body's going through when you have a cold? Ken said no. So every year your body is violent, it's painful, but your body is cleansing itself.
Mm-hmm.
The cold is required. So when you say, do we need chaos? My answer is chaos is a powerful word, but cold and flu might be even more powerful. But it may require a cold, Ken.
It's a part of the process.
Correct. It may require a flu. And
right.
I use that analogy so that it doesn't seem like he wants violence. And I'm like, no. I'm just saying we may be congested to a point that we may be filled with so many toxins to a point that the God is so great that he created this immune system that he gives you a cold when you sneeze in the snot, that's getting out the toxins. That's why you have a cold every year. It's not a bad thing to have a cold. So it may take us to get sick, to get a cold, to get the toxins out. So that you notice after the cold comes, you got the bright in the commercials, you can breathe again. We're not able to do it. Even now, you can hear me. I'm nasally and everything. After this passes, I'm renewed in a different way.
Right.
Ken said, I feel you, but let me know because the revolution won't be time.
Well, that's the thing.
Right.
I don't think it's so much. I don't think it's so much of that where it would take violence. I think what it is definitely going to take some citizens unrest. You can call it however you want to call it, but the thing is, people need to be able to express within their humanity. And I think that's the one thing that's clamoring Black people. Because again, the way that we approach this, we tend to try to approach this from, some super collegiate level, very, very sophisticated. And personally, I don't think that passion should be omitted within a court of law. I really don't. Because the reality happens within natural human emotions. Now, that may make things, somewhat more volatile in some perspectives. But if we can't just go off of objective law, then what is the need for the omittance of such expression? You know what I'm saying? And us and the way that we operate, that is how we operate within reality as Black
humans.
people.
But as humans. So
right.
So as I was I was in my black pill around the house in my boxer shorts and my cognac, you know what I'm saying, talking shit. and I was talking about, and I might have been talking to Son Claw, my significant other, it might have been a naked ass involved in the conversation. But that's her right there. I'm live, babe. But talking about me? Yeah, I was talking about your naked ass. I really was. I really was. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. And some people would call you a devil too.
He's stupid.
Some people would call you a devil too.
Why?
He's stupid.
Because you're North African.
Oh, that's why.
Oh yeah. You don't have blonde hair or blue eyes, huh? Okay. You're a Moorish descendant?
Yeah.
I'm live. You interrupt. I was preaching.
All right. Bye then.
I'll call you right back. All right, I love you. Bye.
No, you don't. We love you too.
I do.
Bye, baby.
Bye. But I was talking about this speaks to a lot of what you talk about. I was thinking about you, and this speaks to what Kenneth brought up. Let's think about what they tell us they can and can't do. And this is shout out to Mark Nash. And Mark Nash is always, what do you mean by they? I mean the powers that be, right? And I'm referring to the Civil Rights Act. And I think it was 1964. Me and Sunclaw was talking about this. Think about how they tell you things are supposed to change. Even right now, it's like, oh, vote somebody in and then they'll get a bill. Tim Scott and Cory Booker, after all of this protest, after Ahmaud Arbery, all of this death, Tim Scott and Cory Booker let the bill drop. The police reform bill, they let it go. Asian hate crime bill passed within weeks. So they tell us that's the way things have to go, right? But when the Civil Rights Bill, they actually changed the Constitution. They actually did something that they said that they can't do, right? But it came from the code. It came from the civil unrest. It came from the death. It came from the blood on Selma. And when blood spilled, they opened up the books. They added a 14th Amendment. They actually added an amendment. Then they recently just changed it again for the gay people, for the LCC, for the LGBTQ. They did it again. When the voices are loud enough, when the civil unrest is there, they do what they said they can't do. There was no party-rated president. There was no vote. They changed that same 14th Amendment to include LGBTQ recently while we was all asleep. But the way we got that wasn't a bill. That wasn't a vote. That wasn't the traditional ways shit get done. That you're not supposed to be able. They tell you all the time we can't change the Second Amendment. Everything is written in stone, but they changed that shit.
So the thing, it's a blood ritual to start out with. That's why I say it's always tribal. These are tribal matters that we are partaking in. All right, we like to think of them as citizen, but that's just a designation to operate and navigate within the system. But as far as for the basic humanity of it, this shit is tribal, and that the beginning of that is blood. That is the ultimate offense, blood being spilled. And so, what is to be the equivalent of that, to close off that portal that you just created? Unfortunately, blood begets blood.
On my sermon this weekend was purpose. I was listening to TD Jakes. I shared it. I don't got your phone number, Ruggers. You give me your phone number, I'll share my shit with you.
Respect.
And after watching TD Jakes, that's why I chose purpose for my script, for my sermon. But what TD Jakes was talking about, something we talk about a lot in the lexicon, is he was talking about Moses, and he was talking about the people being lost for 40 years. In the story that we all are very familiar with, like we know Job, we know Noah, we know Moses. Some of these stories we don't know Esther, you know what I'm saying? There's some of these stories we don't know well, but some of the stories we know well. So he talked about Caleb, and he talked about how they sent the spies in to go see what the promised land was there. And he talked about how there were giants. I knew about the giants, but he told a story that I didn't know. He said that they said that we were like grasshoppers to them. And he said what Caleb did, he said that there were 10 spies, but there were 12, but 10 came back and said, we can't do it. And they gave a public report. TD Jakes said, I never would have allowed them to give a public report. He said, but one of the people who wanted to fight, one of the people who wanted to fight, and I hear Kenneth in the chat, right? Caleb brought back grapes. And the 10 guys did not want him to bring back the grapes. They were scared.
Right.
And Caleb argued with them and said, I'm bringing back the grapes anyway. TD Jakes expounded on the grapes and what it would mean, right? The fruit. He said he didn't go to this right away, right? He's better at it than me. But he said he wanted to bring the grapes to show people, Because he knew that the 10 men would say that we can never beat them. They're giants. We can never take the promised land. God must have been wrong. He knew that he would not be able to out-argue those 10 against 1. So he needed evidence to show the people, to compel them, to give them a reason to fight, to give them a reason to go claim the land, to go their birthright. Like you say, Rogus, their blood oath, to fulfill the blood oath. So he brought back grapes because he knew that they might need something to incentivize them, to get them inspired. And what he took his time saying is, it took 2 men. It took 2 men to carry the grapes back. So out of the 12 men, 10 of them said we could never beat them. And 2 of the men carried 1 bushel of grapes. Took 2 men to carry back. I believe God has chosen us, Rogus, this podcast, and given us the intellect and the losses in our life to be those individuals to bring back those grapes. Because I know the perspectives that we present to a lot of black men, they don't look at things this way. Because we've been trained to look away most times.
Mm-hmm.
But it's our time now to acknowledge the giants, because there are giants. We are grasshoppers to them in all those ways, but it's still a blood oath and it's still a promise. It's still a purpose. So it's time for we may not get there like Martin Luther King said, but it's our time to show the grapes.
Right.
To show the fruit. To show how sweet it is. That's the whole thing about black love, about y'all two. Y'all two is the fruit to show how sweet it is. Our conversations, our intellect, when Art knew Saul, it's to show how sweet it is. So you get a taste like you get a hit of that crack or that coke. So this is the new crack.
Mm.
We got to show them. Because what else would inspire them to fight giants? With more weapons, more money, more everything. Dad, why would we go in there? The white man got all this other shit. We gotta show them. We gotta show them the grapes.
People think that the ultimate war is one on the physical level, and it's not. This is the thing. It's more on the level to where we're talking value. We're talking a perspective of self, which elicits the highest emanation of value. And this is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about I think when Kenneth Rose talks about the chaos, they probably think what a lot of folks think. Oh, the civil unrest to the point to where people are protesting or something like that. I don't want people to protest. I don't want there to be a protest. I want the meek to be felt, not heard. You know what I'm saying? People been hearing forever. But just like you said, they don't open up them books until a little bit of blood is flowing, unfortunately. And this has to come from those citizens who, I get, tired of being sick and tired. Now, unfortunately, I think that it's grown to the point to where a change can't occur. It actually must be a complete, it's like transfer. This is where we get into the power dynamic. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the current power dynamics can stand as they are, and we receive the justice that we're supposed to receive as a citizen. I at 42, I'm going to assume that level of justice within our citizenry doesn't come standard. We got to upgrade to the next package somehow, but they don't give you the offer.
And that's a history lesson.
Yeah.
That's a history lesson. I don't think that's different throughout time. That's why I went to the Civil Rights Act. Because I think sometimes when we talk about this, we need to have context. And I went to Selma. I didn't watch the movie, my generation, I don't think it was painful for us. And I know the generation under us because I didn't make my son watch it. Because literally, I would have had to make my son watch it like they made us watch Roots and all this stuff.
I couldn't even watch that.
So listen, and Roots ain't even real.
Mm-hmm.
So Selma is a real thing. That brother was in the Senate for a long time. The blood that was spilled, Martin Luther King being murdered, these things took place, and then the world changed. And without these things taking place, the world would not change. Martin Luther King and those people understood that. And what they said could never happen. And it's going to take that belief and faith that the impossible could be done. Imagine how could they continue to fight?
Right.
How could they continue to fight? I wouldn't think that they would give a brand new amendment. You think that was the goal? Who thought Martin Luther King would get an amendment to the Constitution? We don't talk about this shit. Everybody, we let Martin Luther King get chopped up for
They were looking for legislation, though. That's the thing. They were definitely looking for legislation.
Yeah, but pass a bill.
Right.
It was 2 amendments, I think, right? The Civil Rights Legislation, the Act, it was 2 amendments. Was it 2 amendments?
I'm not sure.
Somebody check us on that, man. I think it was 2 amendments.
But see, notice that only can occur when they feel that, okay, justice is being held back from us, right? That's the thing. You're assuming that justice is at the place where you're beseeching. We're assuming that. I don't personally. It makes me wonder what we think is justice. Do we think that? And this is a question that I ask people now when they talk about the just thing. We bring up trial. Do they think that these men deserve slavery for what they did? Because prison is slavery in the United States.
Right.
And, okay, so ultimately we got to ask ourselves that. Do we think that the jury think that these dudes deserve slavery? We say prison, we say jail, we say incarceration, but ultimately what does that mean? Let's go back to that Constitution. Prison is slavery here. Do you think they're trying to give these cats slavery?
No, that's back to culture. Juan G's, salute Juan G's. Join the panel, Bryan. Holler at you in a minute.
Respect, G's.
Oh, MJ back. MJ. I thought you might have never left. Thank you for hanging out, MJ. You probably been listening. MJ, what's your pronoun? MJ says, and come up, Juan G's. I ain't heard your voice in a while. Everybody subscribe to Juan G's, great YouTube content creator and the brother 5.0. We are the table. MJ said the Bill of Rights were taken by force by the barrel of a gun to ensure your rights. Civil rights are granted by the government or allowed.
Yeah, you're right. Civil rights are granted by the government and allowed because that's supposed to be a testament to one's citizenry. But I
wouldn't say the Bill of Rights were taken by force either. I wouldn't say the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights and the Constitution was written by very intellectual men. And then when you get into those documents and you get into that time, you gotta be honest about the beginning of America, which a lot of people are not familiar with. And the first president was a black man, and you got the first 8 presidents that a lot of people don't really know about. And MJ, if you know that, then you know those 2 famous documents have different dates between them. So in the interim, there was an interim, and there was a people who were in charge of the country, and the country actual history is very different than a lot of people may have learned. But you probably know that already about the different dates between the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, that there was years in between that before there were actual, like a president, as you may know, like George Washington, and the actual first man who actually was actual George Washington's boss and actually trained George was a black man. He was asked to be president by everybody there who actually wrote that document that you speak of. So the beginnings of the country was a lot different than a lot of people understand. At that time, George Washington was actually writing back to the crown and making agreements with the crown, and he was going to trade on the new country if he didn't get paid and his soldiers didn't get it paid. This black president that I'm referring to, he was one of the greatest presidents in history, and he found a way to find money to pay George Washington and those soldiers. And that's why you have a country that you have today, because of that black man. Anybody in the chat want to look that guy up? I apologize for not recalling his name, but that story sticks with me. Yeah, that story sticks with me. A lot of people don't know that about George Washington, but you may have heard about the letters in George Washington not actually being on the side of America until later on. He wasn't the guy that you may come to know the way history had painted him.
It was all political with him.
Correct. And and like my name, Perfect Timing, George Washington benefited from perfect timing. And you find that a lot in history with the men that you happen to know.
Yeah. There's a lot more going on at the top. But the thing is, they count on the citizens having that patriotism.
Correct. But there was a lot of fighting and there was a lot of wars. So if you're referring to the fight that we had with the Tea Party and things like that, but that's not the only fight. Like when we talk about the black stuff, when we talk about slavery, you know what I like to bring up, and Dane Calloway brought this up recently, and I was like, I'm happy he finally brought this up. So I would suggest a lot of people go watch the video, but Dane Calloway has a recent video about Texas and the black cowboys, and he actually has a person from Texas actually doing the part so that he doesn't get people talking crap about him about Texas. But he has a black cowboy from Texas. But one of the things I bring up with me and my Morris partner talk about slavery and in the Americas, and if black people were here and where black people was, is the Alamo in California, Don Pico de Moore, who ran California being Mexico, the people who lived in California, who they bought California from, who did they actually buy? Like Zorro, the story of Zorro, that's all real. All right. California was Mexico. We bought California. There was a war in Texas. People lived in Texas that were not, there was no slavery in Louisiana. There was no slavery in Texas. So who were the people who lived in Texas? What was the Alamo? So that whole story Dane Calloway goes into, and then you really start to understand what America looked like. And you start to understand when people talk about melanated people actually being here before the people came here. And if those people look like your grandmother and my grandmother, you really understand that better when you learn about the history of California and the history of Texas and how they acquired these lands, because it wasn't these territories. MJ said Washington had the option to become a king, but refused.
Yep.
There's some great, I love American history. That's why I do what I do. I had a really good teacher, and that's true. It's like Hamilton and Jackson, like these guys are very complex guys. That's why I didn't want to minimize. I don't take away what you said, but to say the Bill of Rights is just simply, it was much more complex than that. These men, like you say, George Washington and Hamilton and Jack, these men and Benjamin Franklin, these are very complex. It was a different time, so I wouldn't just chalk it up to that. Like Toya told me, it was very tumultuous, you know? So, yeah. But I give you credit for that comment, MJ. And thank you for hanging out, because people be like, people be leaving Ruggers, you know what I'm saying? And vice versa. Like, people be going in on people in the chat who push back, and people be leaving. Like, I appreciate the pushback. It makes the conversation better, you know?
Exactly. Dynamic.
So we got the jury instructions. The judge is back with the jury instructions. So we're going to listen to the jury instructions because, like I said before, and like Kenneth said, it comes down to the jury instructions. Like I've said about the Trayvon Martin case, about the Kyle Rittenhouse case, and you may have not have understood that in the Trayvon Martin case. We were very upset with the way the Trayvon Martin case came out. We didn't understand that the case was actually won when George Zimmerman was given self-defense. And according to what the state said here, he shouldn't have got self-defense to stand your ground because he was in the commission of a felony. But the case was won there. Kyle Rittenhouse case was won when he was given privy to self-defense. So the jury instructions and how the judge instructs the jury on how they're able to come to a guilty verdict is going to be ultimately how the case goes out. What I said with Judge Schroeder with the Kyle Rittenhouse case is he provided a narrow pathway to conviction. And I said, that's what I would like for my son. If anything happens to me or my son, I'm innocent until proven guilty, and the jury and the state should have the burden on them, and they should have a narrow pathway to conviction. That's what America is, but we don't get that same level of justice, which is why I've been showing these cases. So thank you, MJ, for hanging out. Make sure you subscribe. I'm live on 3 channels right now, including Facebook on Patrick Potter. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast Network. We live on Perfect Timing Podcast, Perfect Timing Podcast Live. Kenneth, make sure you subscribe. Both YouTube channels in case YouTube act funky. You know what I'm saying? But I'm strike free. I didn't went to strike school. I didn't went to YouTube school. I'm strike free, baby. So you know what I'm saying? YouTube love me. You know what I'm saying? So make sure y'all subscribe and support your guy. We're going to get back into the jury instructions. And like I said, it's not going to be that exciting, but it will be illuminating. And I want to prep the audience to understand, because this is about father power. It's about being an intelligent American citizen, understanding the rights of when is it applicable to use citizens' arrest and self-defense. All these things are important to fathers who protect their families and wives and children and who have children. So it's not about race. It's about being American citizens and understanding the law and how to protect yourself. And we're all brothers. I accept my white brothers, my brown brothers, my Asian brothers. Like, we need to wake up and wake up fast, because we don't got time to break down at race or sex. We got to get this thing right. So this is about father power, bro, and being proud American citizens and recognizing it before we lose it. Because I don't want nobody else living here telling my son what to do.
Good point.
Let's see what they got to say with these jury instructions.
Wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that was returned into court on June 24th of 2020. You will have the indictment with you at the end of the case, and you should consult it for the specific allegations brought by the state. The defendants have each entered a plea of not guilty to the indictment. The indictment and the pleas form the issues that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the pleas of not guilty should be considered as evidence. The defendants are charged in the indictment with crimes that are violations of certain laws of the state of Georgia. I want to emphasize to you that the indictment, including all of the counts therein, and the pleas of not guilty are the legal procedures by which these criminal charges are brought against each defendant. The charges in the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. The defendants are presumed innocent until each is proven guilty. Each defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor. And this presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime or crimes charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. There is no burden of proof upon the defendants whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove his innocence. When a defense is raised by the evidence, the burden is upon the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Though you may consider all of the evidence as a whole, conviction of one defendant does not necessarily require conviction of another. You, the jury, must determine whether the state has proven the guilt of each defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as to each count. If, after giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit that defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds about the guilt of the accused, then you will be authorized to convict that defendant. If the state fails to prove a defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit that defendant. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon a defendant a grave suspicion of the crime or crimes charged, or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of a defendant's guilt are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of a defendant. Now, your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses or the equivalent, such as depositions, any exhibits admitted during the trial, and stipulations of the attorneys. As I've previously charged you, a stipulation is an agreement between the parties concerning some fact or facts which you, as the jury, are bound to accept as facts during your deliberations. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference. There's no legal difference in the weight that you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. Whether dependent upon direct evidence or circumstantial evidence or both, the true test is whether there is sufficient evidence or whether the evidence is sufficiently convincing to satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt. If not, you must acquit. If so, you may convict. There's no rule that either circumstantial or direct evidence is stronger than the other if conflicting. The comparative weight of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence on any given issue is a question of fact for the jury to decide. Now, testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. Now, the jury must determine the credibility of witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, the witness's manner of testifying, the witness's means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which the witness testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, the witness's personal credibility insofar as it may have been shown in your presence and by the evidence, any evidence of bias for or against a party, any possible motive in testifying, if shown by the evidence. In that regard, you are authorized to consider any possible pending prosecutions negotiated pleas, grants of immunity or leniency, or similar matters, and whether a witness has been impeached. The question whether a witness has been impeached is whether you, the jury, believe the witness has been proved unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. Now, the defendant in a criminal case is under no duty to present any evidence tending to prove innocence and is not required to take the stand and testify in the case. If the defendant elects not to testify, no inference, hurtful, harmful, or adverse to the defendant shall be drawn by the jury, nor shall such fact be held against the defendant in any way. A number of statements that the defendants have allegedly made were offered for your consideration. Before you may consider any of these as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the individual statements were voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not under compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. You should consider with great care and caution the evidence of any out-of-court statement allegedly made by a defendant offered by the state. The jury may believe any such statement in whole or in part, believing that which you find to be true and rejecting that which you find to be untrue. You alone have the duty to apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and to decide what weight should be given to all or any part of such evidence. The defendant's out-of-court statement that is not supported by any other evidence is not sufficient to justify a conviction, even if you believe the unsupported statement. However, proof by other evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime alleged has been committed may constitute supporting evidence of a defendant's statement, if any, should so you find. The law does not fix the amount of supporting evidence necessary. You must determine whether or not other evidence sufficiently supports a defendant's statement so as to justify a conviction. If you find that there was a statement made by a defendant that was supported by other evidence, the degree of proof necessary to convict is that you be satisfied of the guilt of a defendant beyond any reasonable doubt. Any out-of-court statement made by one of the defendants on trial in this case, after the alleged criminal act has ended, may be considered only against the person who made the statement and only if you find that such statement was freely and voluntarily made. If you find that an out-of-court statement was made to the police freely and voluntarily by a defendant on trial in this case, then you are to consider the statement only as against the particular defendant who made it. Now, members of the jury, this court is responsible for determining the admissibility of certain evidence with regard to statements in this case. Sometimes full audio and/or video recordings cannot be played for you for legal reasons. You are not to make any inferences for or against either party in the case about the fact that the law does not allow the playing of certain recordings by the parties in this case. Now, evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between one or more of the defendants and Mr. Arbery has been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendants and Mr. Arbery, and the reasonableness of any alleged fears by the defendants or Mr. Arbery. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. But you are not to consider such evidence for any other purposes. Certain evidence of fingerprint comparison has been admitted by the court for your possible consideration. Identification by fingerprint comparison is opinion evidence and is dependent upon the credibility or believability and accuracy of the expert witness called for that purpose, as well as the following factors. 1, the validity of the theory of identification by fingerprint comparison. 2, the credibility of the witness who performs other necessary functions in making the comparison, such as inked finger impressions and latent lifts. And 3, the accuracy of procedures in identifying, preserving, recording, and maintaining integrity of the physical evidence, all of which are questions for the jury. Now, the defendants are charged with crimes against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by the statute. The defendants will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such an intention upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused are being prosecuted. Now, every party to a crime may be charged with and convicted of commission of the crime. A person is a party to a crime only if that person, A, directly commits the crime, B, intentionally helps in the commission of the crime, or C, intentionally advises, encourages, hires, counsels, or procures another to commit the crime. Any party to a crime who did not directly commit the crime may be prosecuted for commission of the crime upon proof that the crime was committed and that the person was a party to it, even though the person alleged to have directly committed the crime has not been prosecuted or convicted, has been convicted of a different crime or degree of crime, is not amenable to justice, or has been acquitted. Knowledge on the part of a defendant that a crime was being committed and that a defendant knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in the commission of such crime must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find from the evidence in this case that a defendant had no knowledge that a crime was being committed, or that a defendant did not knowingly and intentionally commit, participate, or help in the commission of the alleged offense, then it would be your duty to acquit that defendant. On the other hand, should you find beyond a reasonable doubt that a defendant had knowledge that a crime was being committed and that a defendant knowingly and intentionally participated or helped in the commission of it, then you would be authorized to convict that defendant. A person shall not be found guilty of a crime if the act or omission to act constituting the crime was induced by a misapprehension of fact that, if true, would have justified the act or omission. Now, the law provides that criminal action shall be tried in the county where the crime was committed. Venue, that is, that the crime was committed in Glenn County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any element of the offense. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. The defendants are charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder in 4 counts, aggravated assault 2 counts, and false imprisonment and criminal attempt to commit a felony. I will now define the offenses for you. For malice murder, the state must prove that the defendant, 1, caused the death of another person, 2, unlawfully, and 3, with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill without justification. You may find malice when the circumstances show that a defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If the killing is done with malice, it is murder, regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in a defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in a defendant's mind at the time of the act or the killing and moved a defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining a defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. A person also commits the crime of felony murder when, in the commission of a felony, that person causes the death of another human being. Under the laws of Georgia, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment are all felonies that will be defined later in this charge. You may find a defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that he caused the death of another person by committing one of the felonies just described, regardless of whether he intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time as or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. A person commits the offense of aggravated assault when that person assaults another person with a deadly weapon or with any object, device, or instrument that, when used offensively against a person, is likely to or actually does result in serious bodily injury. To constitute such an assault, actual injury to the alleged victim need not be shown. It is only necessary that the evidence show beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the alleged victim or intentionally committed an act that placed the alleged victim in reasonable fear of immediately receiving a violent injury. As to count 6 of the indictment, the state must prove as a material element of aggravated assault, as alleged in this case, that the assault was made with a deadly weapon. As to count 7 of the indictment, the state must prove as a material element of aggravated assault, as alleged in this case, that the assault was made with an object, device, or instrument that, when used offensively against a person, is likely to or does actually result in serious bodily injury. A firearm when used in the way a firearm is ordinarily used, is a deadly weapon. In deciding whether a pickup truck is an offensive weapon in this case, you may consider all of the following factors: the nature and extent of any injury inflicted, the character or capabilities of the weapon, the manner in which it was used, any display of it to the jury, any other circumstances, and any other circumstances of the case. Whether or not, under all of the facts and circumstances of this case, a pickup truck, as alleged in this bill of indictment, did in fact constitute a weapon likely to cause serious bodily injury, is a matter to be decided by the jury from the evidence in this case. Now, on count 7, as to defendant William R. Bryan, you may consider the following lesser offenses which will be presented on his verdict form. Simple assault. A person commits simple assault when that person attempts to commit a violent injury to the person of another. Reckless conduct. A person commits reckless conduct when that person endangers the bodily safety of another person by consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act or omission will cause harm or endanger the safety of another person, and the disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise in the situation. And reckless driving. A person commits the offense of reckless driving by driving any vehicle in reckless disregard for the safety of persons or property. If you do not believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant William R. Bryan is guilty of aggravated assault as alleged in count 7 of the indictment, but you do believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant William R. Bryan is guilty of the lesser offenses just listed, you would be authorized to find the defendant William R. Bryan guilty of the lesser and should so indicate on the verdict form. Continuing now with the charges set forth in the indictment. A person commits the offense of false imprisonment when, in violation of the personal liberty of another, he arrests, confines, or detains such person without legal authority. A person commits criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment when, with intent to commit false imprisonment, that person performs any act that constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of the crime of false imprisonment, which has been previously defined for you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I charge you that whereas here in count 7 and 9 of the indictment, the state alleges that the defendants committed a crime in more than one way, the state need not prove that the defendants committed the crime in each way charged. Rather, it is sufficient if you, the jury, should find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendants committed the crime in at least one of the ways alleged. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the defendants have raised a defense that even if they committed the acts described in the indictment, there are circumstances that justify it. Once this defense is raised, the state must disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person's conduct is justified is a defense to prosecution for any crime based on that conduct. The defense of justification can be claimed, A, when the person's conduct is justified as the use of force in defense of self, or when the person's conduct is reasonable and is performed in the course of making a lawful arrest. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence or within his immediate knowledge. If the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, a private person may arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. The terms "in his presence" and "within his immediate knowledge" are synonymous in a crime committed in one's presence only if, by the exercise of any of his senses, he has knowledge of its commission, or by the accused admitting that such a crime is being or has been committed. A private person may not act on the unsupported statement of others alone. A private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or in the case of felonies, during escape. If the observer fails to make the arrest immediately after the commission of the offense, or during escape in the case of felonies, his power to do so is extinguished. A private person may arrest an offender upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion, that is, on probable cause, which is defined as facts and circumstances that are sufficient to warrant a prudent person or one of reasonable caution in believing, in the circumstances shown, that the suspect has committed an offense. The facts necessary to establish probable cause for arrest are much less than those required to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. The test merely requires a probability, less than a certainty, but more than a mere suspicion or possibility. In determining whether probable cause exists, the totality of the circumstances must be considered. Whether probable cause existed is for the determination of the jury. Now, an arrest is defined as the taking, seizing, or detaining of the person of another, either by touching or putting hands on him, or by any act indicating an intention to take such person into custody, and which subjects such person to the actual control and will of the person making the arrest. An arrest can occur even when a subject is not told that he is under arrest. A person is authorized to use, in making a lawful arrest, only that degree of force that is reasonably necessary to accomplish the arrest. The mere fact that a lawful arrest is being made does not give the person the right to use excessive force or an unlawful degree of force upon the person being arrested. One upon whom an illegal or unlawful arrest is being made has the right to resist the arrest if such force as is reasonably necessary. Let me read that again. One upon whom an illegal or unlawful arrest is being made has the right to resist the arrest with such force as is reasonably necessary to prevent the arrest. A person commits the offense of criminal trespass when that person knowingly and without authority, A, enters upon the land or premises of another person for an unlawful purpose. B, enters upon the land or premises of another person after receiving, prior to entry, notice from the owner, rightful occupant, or, upon proper identification, an authorized representative of the owner or rightful occupant that entry is forbidden, or remains upon the land or premises of another person after receiving notice from the owner, rightful occupant, or, upon proper identification, an authorized representative of the owner or rightful occupant to depart. A person commits the offense of burglary in the first degree when, without authority and with the intent to commit a theft therein, that person enters or remains within the dwelling of another. For purposes of this law, a dwelling includes any house, building, or structure which is designed or intended for occupancy for residential use. It makes no difference whether the building or structure was occupied, unoccupied, or vacant. However, you may consider occupation status in determining whether or not the structure in question was designed or intended for residential use. To constitute the offense of burglary, it is not necessary that it be shown that a break-in occurred. To constitute entry, the evidence need only show a breaking of the plane of the structure alleged by the offender, or by any part of his body, or by any instrument controlled by him. The evidence need not show that an actual theft was accomplished. However, an intent to commit a theft, that is, an intent to steal, is an essential element of burglary. You may infer an intent to steal where the evidence shows an unlawful entry without authority into the place of another where items of some value are present or kept inside, and where there is no other apparent motive for the entry. Whether or not you make such an inference is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. Person commits the crime of hijacking a motor vehicle in the second degree when such person obtains a motor vehicle from an individual without his or her consent. Now, the defendants have raised affirmative defenses claiming that even if the acts described in the indictment were committed, there are circumstances that justify them. Once an affirmative defense is raised, the state must disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Hey, pause it real quick, Quirf.
The fact that a person's conduct is justified is a defense to prosecution for any crime based on that conduct. The defense of justification can be claimed as self-defense and as citizen's arrest. Sometimes a defendant's threat or use of force is legally justified, so is not a crime. Let me read that again. Sometimes a defendant's threat or use of force is legally justified, and so is not a crime. A defendant is justified in threatening or using force against another when, 1, he reasonably believes that the threat or use of force is necessary, 2, to defend himself or a third person, 3, against the other person's imminent use of unlawful force. A defendant is justified in using force that is intended or likely to cause death or serious bodily injury when, 1, he reasonably believes that the use of such force is necessary, 2, to prevent A, death or serious bodily injury to himself or a third person, or B, the commission of a forcible felony, which means a felony that involves the use of force or violence against another. Aggravated assault is again a felony, which can occur by use of fists if they are used as an offensive weapon. The state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's actions were not justified. If you decide a defendant's actions were justified, then it would be your duty to find the defendant not guilty. A defendant is not justified in threatening or using force if he provokes the threat or use of force, intending to use that threat or force as an excuse to harm the other person, is committing a felony, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment are felonies that have been previously defined, or is the unjustified initial aggressor unless he withdraws from the encounter and clearly communicates to the other person his intent to withdraw, and the other person continues or threatens to continue the use of unlawful force. For a defendant's threat or use of force to be justified, 1, the defendant must believe that his threat or use of force is necessary. 2, that belief must be reasonable. That is, a reasonable person would also believe that the threat or use of force is necessary. And 3, the defendant's reasonable belief must be what prompts him to threaten or use force. A person who is not the aggressor is not required to retreat before being justified in using force he reasonably believes to be necessary. A defendant is not justified in using excessive force while acting in self-defense. If you decide that a defendant used more force than was reasonably necessary to defend against the alleged victim's threats or use of force, then the defendant's actions would not be justified. Now, if, after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that a defendant in Glenn County, Georgia, did on February 23rd, 2020, commit the offenses as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe that a defendant is guilty, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Though you may consider all of the evidence as a whole, conviction of one defendant does not necessarily require conviction of another or all. You, the jury, must determine the guilt or innocence of each defendant separately. You will be given a special verdict form for each defendant to use when you retire. You are to consider each count separately. In the space provided on the verdict form, you will indicate either guilty or not guilty, depending on your verdict for that count and that defendant. Now, I want to emphasize that anything the court did or said during the course of this case was not intended to and did not intimate, hint, or suggest to you which of the parties should prevail in this case. Whichever of the parties is entitled to a verdict is a matter entirely for you to determine. And whatever your verdict, it must be agreed upon by all of you. The court's interest in the matter is that the case be fairly presented according to the law, and that you, as honest, conscientious, impartial jurors, consider the case as the court has instructed you and return a verdict that speaks the truth as you find the truth of the case to be. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to any party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence, or economic status for or against either party. Now, you are only concerned with the guilt or innocence of each defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you as to be the foreperson who will manage your deliberations and who will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Talk with each other and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself.
Perfect. Pause it real quick.
But you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender an honest opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, still a BlackBerry in this, computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, such as Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, the list goes on and on. You cannot use any of those to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous. That is, agreed by all as to each count of the indictment and as to each defendant. Each verdict must be in writing and signed by one of your members as foreperson, dated, and returned to be published in open court. I do ask whoever the foreperson is, please write in pen. Please don't sign the verdict form in pencil. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may retire to the jury room, but do not begin your deliberations until you have received the indictment and the evidence that has been admitted in the case. We do need to separate out the three alternates. Three of you are alternates, which we will separate out for deliberations. The three alternates will continue to be jurors in this case and still subject to all of the instructions of the court. If at some point during the proceedings, one of the deliberating jurors is not able to complete their duty for the court, then the alternate will be brought into deliberations and deliberations will begin again with that alternate. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you retire to the jury room.
All right for the jury.
How the hell can they absorb all that? They're jurors, not paralegals, not lawyers. They aren't educated within law. How can they want just the general public, who's supposed to make up the jury, to absorb all that and be able to take all that into consideration? That's nuts. That's like actually reading the fucking Apple agreement when you buy a new application or something like that.
All right, beyond matters already raised in the charge conference. Any objection to the charge as read from the state?
None, Your Honor.
From Travis McMichael.
Just renewing our previous objections, Your Honor.
Gregory McMichael.
Yes, just renewing the previous objections and exceptions, excuse me, which include the reasonable doubt charge for one sentence. And then later in the charge, the last sentence of the paragraph concerning the synonymous terms in his presence and within his immediate knowledge, accepted to a private person may not act on the unsupported statements of others alone. And then the entire next paragraph concerning contemporaneity of the offense and the actions of the person making the arrest. And I believe the court has already indicated that the arguments made by email on Saturday, November 20th, I believe it was, will be put into the record in support of those exceptions.
Yeah, we're going to do that with a notice of file for Mr. Bryan.
On behalf of Mr. Bryan, we renew the objections to the charge and exceptions made thereto. And although I don't think it's necessary, we will also renew the many motions for mistrial that were made during the trial of the case.
All right, let's go ahead and check the evidence then. It is this court's practice with firearms not to send out the live ammunition or the weapon itself. And I also don't send out the videos. Normally these days, jurors don't have the ability to play the videos, but given the, the court's position is if there's a request to replay a video, it needs to be done with all the formalities of the court. And so they can go ahead and request that, but we do that here, so I don't send them out.
Your Honor, do you have the verdict forms? I don't know if I've seen
And I do
them.
have, if I could have you all take a look at the verdict forms to see if there's any objections to the verdict forms. I also have a copy of the charge that I will give to the clerk as courts 5, I think we're on.
Sound like they gave it to the jury.
Yeah. As far as it's you was away, but I asked a question, man. How can the jury absorb all of that? Like I can understand if they studied law, then they will be able to receive all of that he just stated. But if for the general public, it almost seems you know what I'm saying? It almost seems unfair to put that type of caveat onto the decision that they make.
Same thing in Kyle Rittenhouse, same thing in Trayvon Martin is extremely daunting, right? And what you're describing is a level of critical thinking that we know that all people in this society don't possess, which is why we have assistant managers, assistant pimps, and real pimps. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is not. Some people gonna be an assistant pimp forever. You know what I'm saying? They
Bro,
don't.
have you ever been called up for jury duty?
I have, but I never actually participated.
Right, same. Got called, didn't participate, but I saw the pool of citizenry that was there. Okay, if this cat would have, if this is the type of spiel that you get before you make your decision, most of the pool ain't ready for that unless they already have some form of higher education and they can even absorb what he was saying in the rate at which he was saying it. It was almost like he was reading a clause for, you know what I'm saying, some new application that you finna open on your computer. You know how that you got that 27-page shit that everybody just scrolls through and then says accept? That's basically what he just dictated to them.
And then think about your colleagues, because I know you work in the professional area. My colleagues were not even, it wasn't even something that was sought to be done. The manager didn't go. And my colleagues are doctors and chiefs and nurses and nurse managers.
Right.
They avoided it too, because you need it at the hospital. Lives are at stake. So if this level, so if the doctors are not going and the lawyers are working in there, when your mama tell you to be a lawyer or a doctor,
for real,
that's the most educated people in our society, but they don't participate on juries.
Oh, that is scary, cuz.
I mean,
Oh
to
my
the
God.
point where I've trained ER doctors, and that's a out.
Yeah.
You show up
Yeah.
and say I'm an ER doctor, and they excuse you.
Yeah, you're not fit to be a juror.
Right? I have to be on call. I can't be a juror. I can't be away. I have to be on call. Somebody could die. Oh, you don't have
Right.
to explain. Go back to work.
Right.
What you do? I'm an ER doctor. I need to be excused. Oh, you're excused. And unless there's a case, unless there's like the Richard do what was that movie with Harrison Ford? Unless it's a case with the doctor or a surgeon on there, they're not looking for surgeons to be on the jury.
Right.
And so what we're saying is that the most educated people of our population are typically not on juries. They're just not. And think about any vice president, that extends to anywhere in corporate America that I've worked, where we're working with project managers and analysts. You can't leave the project. Billions of dollars are at stake. So the vice president can't leave, the project manager, the analyst can't leave. But the admin can go do jury duty. We'll get a temp to replace you. So that's never discussed. The level of intellect on the jury, that's not discussed. So yes, and then on top of that, you gotta think, and that's not to insult the location or the geographic, position of the case or the Kenosha case, but I thought it was appropriate to focus in on zooming and pixels and Apple because you're in the Midwest, and Dave Chappelle said, and Sunclaw brought out, this country is like a pyramid, and the poorest people are white people. Black
Exactly.
people, we think we got we try to quarter the market on pity and victimhood. There are more poor whites. So I thought it was appropriate to break down iPhone technology because where they are, how many people can afford a $1,500 phone? All the black people got iPhones. See, we take for granted blackness. This is why I stay out of certain conversations about black privilege and things, because there's a lot of truth to that. But I don't like the unintelligible people who speak about it because they don't got the intellect to talk about it.
Well, it's the same people who will say that, well, black people got nothing, and then when you leave the country and you gain that inadvertent worldview, you realize, damn, we got so much here. It's just how we use it. We don't know how to use what little that we have in order for the exponential growth that can occur, you know what I'm saying, with some ingenuity placed into it.
We're saying you ain't got to leave the country. You just got to go to Ohio.
Oh, hey, yo, as shout out Jay Sean, as he showed us that one time, certain parts of Philadelphia, right?
Correct. Dave Chappelle said, poor white people barefoot. I had to explain to my wife about me growing up in Arizona, like the whole joke that he's not picking on them. I said, baby, they so poor that it became a style. And I said, these thick ass white bitches too, like they're so poor that they couldn't afford shoes. So it became a style in these places of Arizona and Ohio for these pretty big old booty white bitches just to walk around barefoot with these short shorts on, simply because they were limited on money and funds for their clothing and their shoes. So when they did get money, or when the years passed, you can go to these places and it's like epigenetics. They just walk around barefoot at the supermarket and everything. And black people come there like, hey, y'all just let motherfuckers walk around barefoot?
Yeah. Hey, that's I guess you can say that it's cultural now.
It's cultural. You never see that in California. You would never see white people a lot. No, you can't go in no supermarket. You can't. No, you never see that in California. Never see that in California.
But the thing is, the system was created for them. This is the thing I try to get black people to understand. The system was created for them. No one else was really taken into consideration. So just because we might, you know what I'm saying, befall a lot of, you know what I'm saying, detriments within it, it don't mean that those detriments were set up specifically for us, because unbeknownst to a lot of black people, if you don't aspire to the level of whiteness that they set, and this is for everybody. This is the thing. Whiteness is the overall framework.
Correct.
And everybody is supposed to be aspiring to a certain level of whiteness, even if it ain't you. I mean, it has nothing to do with skin color. It's more of a class level. And for pilgrims, you know what I'm saying, who's supposed to be aspiring for whiteness, if they don't do it the so-called quote unquote right way, then they fall through the cracks just like everyone else.
I like that. And that's something that get lost by the victimhood of black people when white people say, when poor whites say, I don't have privilege. What poor whites are saying is, I have to obtain whiteness too. I wasn't privy to the whiteness that you aspired to have. And they get kind of upset. They like, because nobody in my family was rich. I could tell you about my grandfather. We've been poor since we've been here. We always been poor. And that's white people. It's a lot of white people like that in the Midwest who are this ideal that you just explained is foreign to them. That's the Archie Bunkers and shit like that. That's the Roseanne Bars. Like, who the fuck is you talking to? I'm poor. My mama poor. Her mama was poor.
Yep.
And I'm not gonna get no money, and my kids is retarded. You see Roseanne Bar kids, even in the reboot. Nobody got wealthy. Look, if that would think about that, that's a good thing to laugh at, brother. If that was a black reboot, somebody would have to be wealthy.
Yeah, after all that time,
somebody would have to be wealthy. Are you a motherfucking racist, ABC? Somebody would have to matriculate and break the glass ceiling. But the white, think about
that. How many years was it past today? And then like nobody. I mean, if you think about it, this is television we're talking about. So they could have made somebody, you know what I'm saying, be able to achieve the dream. You know what I'm saying?
Listen to this next part. You know why? Because white people are allowed to be mediocre.
Ooh, that was what Patrice O'Neal would say, cuz that's what he would say. He said, this is when you know America has changed. When you can have a mediocre black person in an outstanding position within society.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I want to hear from the people in the chat. Make sure everybody subscribe. Shout out to Kenneth for subscribing. Make sure everybody subscribe, man. I want you to vote. Let me know how y'all feel, man. One of the things me and Roger said, depending on where you come down on the case, imagine if the three assailants were black and the individual, Ahmaud Arbery, name is Alvin. He's white and he's dead. And after the three black men pursued him and killed him, they found out that Alvin had did nothing wrong, that Alvin was simply jogging, that Alvin had not stole anything from their boat, and Alvin had not stole anything from the construction site, and they had him on video several times not stealing anything. How would you feel if we reversed the race?
He was killed by Jamal and James Jenkins and their neighborhood friend, Keith Thompson.
But let's qualify it even more. These three black men were ex-police and ex-military, so they should have had intelligence. They should have had knowledge on citizens' arrest. They should have been able to subdue Alvin, this white man jogging through their neighborhood without a gun, without killing them. Because again, ex-police, ex-military, 3 men, 3 cars. But yet Alvin is dead, white man dead, and he did nothing wrong. He's wearing jogging attire. It was easy to characterize Ahmaud Arbery, but Ahmaud Arbery was dressed extremely well. He was wearing jogging attire, which is expensive in 2020. He was wearing a jogging tank top that I would never buy because they cost $30 or $40 for a tank top. He was wearing jogging shorts that I would never buy because they could cost $50 to $75 for a pair of Nike jogging shorts. Right.
Oh, so you know what that is? That's not to cut you off, but that's you got to take into consideration the type of blackness that he was. And when his people feel like from the islands or something like that.
Right.
Okay, so take that into consideration. I mean, this might be a little bit cliche to speak on, but island folks come over here and they the perfect citizen most of the time in comparison to how they amalgamate. So it's like for them to say that, okay, well, he was a thief in this regard. Okay, so you have a place where it's probably mainly like 17% black or something like that, right? I think they said 17 to 27, his area.
Oh wow.
Maybe. Not that large amount. In Georgia, right? Him being I think what was he? He was at the time, was he in school? Was he in like college or something like that?
I'm not sure.
I think he
remember
was.
a video where he has some mental health issues, but cause it seemed like, I won't say that, allegedly, I won't say that, but it seemed like he was going through something, just like Kyle. I'll just say, because he was a young man, he was trying to find his way, and a young black man, and even, let's take race out of it, because all of our young people are dealing with the same thing now. So I don't know if he was in school or he had gone to school.
Right. Okay. But just the fact that he was jogging, the fact that the property owner has him doing what everyone does when they walk to a property, you're going to get intrigued with how a house is put together. I think that's a human thing. That don't, you know what I'm saying? Everyone aspires to either own, live in a house or something like that. That's nothing wrong with that. And the fact that they said that the couple who was homeless underneath the bridge, okay, they homeless underneath the bridge. What type of town is it? They stole some fish. It was some fishing equipment stolen. Okay, who was more likely to steal some fishing equipment? What would be the practical application for? Oh, some homeless people living under the bridge where they got access to a shore. I mean, the thing is again, it's so cut and dry. It's so, what I'm saying, such an open and closed case. To me, it only just resonates as them pleading to the jury to not do what they typically would do.
Correct. If the shoe was on the other foot.
Exactly. And that's what I want them to do. I want them to do what they typically would do.
Because this is the thing. This is the thing when we talk about Judge Soros, and then we talk about the recent episode of Joe Rogan, where they talk about how Facebook and Google are using stories like this to incite negativity in people, because the negativity is what drives clicks and makes them money, even though it may create civil unrest. So the country is at what they like to call a powder keg. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because Google and Facebook make money off of your emotions, right? So everybody is extremely emotional. So it doesn't take much, Rogish. Unfortunately, because we live in this new social media where everybody is emotional and the like can cause someone to do something bad to someone or someone else. Yeah, man, we at a point where it won't take much to light the fuse. If you see what's happening, did you see the parade where the brother drove over the dancing girls? You know what I'm saying? In the parade, like we're at a time where people are cracking and ready to pop. Like, I'm sure if it wasn't 3 years into a pandemic, that brother wouldn't have made that decision. But after being confined so long, he just didn't see any care. No one has the care and concern. And this is I said to my significant other the other day, I said, we didn't think anything could be worse than the crack mom. We were so affected by our trauma of the crack mom, we didn't think anything could be worse. But the crack mom gave birth to the pill mom, and the pill mom are raising kids that are worse than the crack kid. So the pill kids don't have no emotion. The pill kid is the kid who's driving on live, and her sister dies in the car, and she stays on the live stream.
Damn.
This is a real story. This is the pill mama's children. She was driving in the car on live, gets into a car accident because she's on a live stream. Her sister dies, and she does not get off the live stream because the views go up. She says, I know my sister is dead, bro. She stays on the live stream.
Wow.
We didn't think it could get worse than the crack kids. We didn't think it could get worse than the crack mom. But the pill mom is the brain. See, the crack brain prohibited my mother from making good decisions, right? So it's like when we make the joke about the crackhead, like, oh, blood, I'm gonna accept today. Why? I got into an argument with a crackhead. Click. My nigga hung up. Like, you know better than to argue with a crackhead. Why you talking to a crackhead? Like Judge Joe Brown sound like a crackhead move to me, right? You know what I'm saying? Because we all know that crackheads don't have good critical thinking. They don't have good decision making. It's because the old Joe, it kills your brain cells. It kills your. Did you see this egg? This is your brain on drug. Because crack cocaine actually fries certain synapses in the brain that prohibit your decision making. Which is why crackheads, the red balls, they fall off of buildings and they do stupid shit. They're fried that part of their brain, right? So the pill mom has that because they were born addicted to crack, but also, see, the crackhead still had emotion. Y'all, we can remember having good times with the crackhead, the father or the mother. When they got high, they would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be in my book. That's the part of my book that really separated us, the crack kid and the crack baby. Because the crack baby was born to the crackhead and they still remember good times because the crackhead was able to be nice to the crack baby when they was high. The pill mom, if you notice, me and you talked about why all the cars got the doors kicked in on the side.
Right.
The pill mom don't have that level of emotional complexity. So
I mean,
what
they do with the pills, they're primarily psychotropics. So,
correct.
Yeah.
The pill mom can't make good decisions, so she's fighting at the club every weekend. She's still driving the car. She doesn't replace the door panel. She got 3 guys that she's sleeping with, but none of them have been asked to replace. Think about what I'm saying. Why are you driving around in a backed up car when you got 4 or 5 men that you're sleeping with? This is what Kevin Samuels would say if he had the game that me and you have. Why are you driving around? And this is nation. We talked to a brother on the East Coast. You in Texas, I'm in California. We all know these same ratchet Meg Thee Stallions. They're driving around in a car that's backed up because they got into a fight at the club. Their lack of ability to make decisions and their inability to have emotional empathy. That don't stop at home with the child. That's why you see them beating their kid. Different than when you got beat by the crackhead. They beating their kid for no reason. Beating them to death. The pill mom is worse than the crack mom. So now, this is the children that we have. And in the front of the courtroom in Kenosha, in the front of the courtroom here, the shit is deteriorating. America is coming apart. I mean, it's Thanos, it's Marvel month, it's right now. The fabric is coming apart right now in front of the courtroom. And it's so evident because Kenosha had nothing to do with black people. Kenosha had nothing to do. Salute, bro. You want to say something before you close?
Nah, I'm gonna stay on. I'm just finna go get a little bite and come right back.
Okay, because I got a lunch date too. I'm gonna get my collar pulled in a couple minutes. She already put in the chat lunch at 1. I'm like, kill game, talk baseball. Don't tell everybody that you tell me what to do.
Kill game, talk baseball.
Fuck. Lunch at 1, like you my boss. Like, who the fuck is you talking to? In the chat, hella bold. Lunch at 1. I take lunch when I want to. I'm a CEO in this motherfucker. Lunch at 1. Your lunch at 1. Who I work for? It's perfect timing.
Hey, wait, hold on. Why you think I'm the part? Cause you know what I'm saying? I ain't pointing no fingers.
Man, my boss already told me. I ain't mad at you, bro. My boss already told me in the chat. Don't get it fucked up. Shit, your lunch is at 1. Okay, boss. Did everybody see that in the chat? My lunch is at 1 o'clock. Just in case anybody forgot, perfect timing. Lunch is at 1 o'clock. I thought I was a CEO. Shit.
I'll be back, man.
All right. Have a good lunch, bro. You know. Oh, look at that. Tell you to change the avatar again. Yeah, man. You gotta listen, man. You gotta listen. I'll listen too. Hey, is this going on outside the courtroom? This is outside the courtroom. It look like they leaving the courthouse. Did they answer any questions? They're getting chased down. No, I don't see. No questions. No questions. No questions. So what do y'all think, man? When y'all think we on verdict watch now? We on verdict watch. When y'all think the verdict gonna come back? We on verdict watch now. When y'all think the verdict is gonna come back? We on verdict watch now, y'all. Thank y'all for rocking with me. How many people knew it was a black man behind the camera with some long dreads? And look at that. Salt and pepper, sauce and pepper incorporated. Man. So tell me, man, I want to know, man. We got a poll in the chat. I need y'all to vote. Let's check the poll.
Looking good, perfect. Looking good.
Oh, thank you, sister. You look good. Your new avatar, too.
Thank you.
You always do. Kicking their ass, beating their ass, butterscotch on deck. Butterscotch and caramel. Let's go. Hey, so the poll is, has the state proven their case? Hey, Toya, thank you for not roasting me on my bad syntax, because I'll be reading my shit. I'll be like, damn, that don't read well. after I've already hit return. But that's a dyslexic person. Like, we see it after. I can't see it. My brain moves faster than my fingers. So it's always after I hit return that I see the mistake. That's why I'm supposed to proofread 6 times. But it's hard.
It's all good. Because when you speak, it comes together beautifully.
But this sentence has the state proved the case that Mr. Arbery was murdered. That was like, as I read it, I'm like, why'd you write it like that? Like, you could have said prove the, like, but it just don't come out. And when I type, man, it's fucked up. But anyway, people said 67% said yeah. So some people said the state hadn't proved their case. So, you know, I knew the Kenosha case would take the public. The Kenosha case most definitely has tainted the public, and the public believes you're privy to self-defense no matter what, especially when race is interjected. And I love how she skirted the issue. She did not come outright and say that they did what they did because he was black, but she did highlight the fact that this was a black man and there was no other reason for them to stop him. They had no other reason. And at the end of the day, like, if you flip it and he was white, what did he do wrong besides being black? Now that he's dead. If you say that you didn't stop him because he was black, now that he has expired, can you tell me now why you stopped him? Because the only thing that we do have is his race, because he didn't do anything wrong. It looks very bad for them. It looks very bad for them, and they don't want to be held accountable on that. And I know that she had to be careful in the area that she was in, because white fragility. Am I saying that right? Fragile.
Fragility. Yep.
White fragility. And I don't think I still said it right.
You did.
But she didn't want to offend. And that could take some of the jury. And if you turn one person, if you just offend one jury member in their whiteness and say, because I'm not racist, and she just called us racist, then that would get you a not guilty. Because that person would go back to the jury room and say, did she call us racist? This had nothing to do with race. And that's why she was careful. That's what I was saying to Rogus. She was very careful about how she skirted that issue. Because if she offended somebody, and it would only take one person to be offended on the jury, and then go back in that jury room and feel like the state thinks that white people are inherently racist against blacks, that would put this out. You can't do that. She would lose. It can't be that white people are inherently racist and that this had anything to do with race. It had to be with their failure of intelligence on the law. And if you agree that they were ignorant to the law, then they're guilty of murder, because that constitutes malice. Because ignorance is not an excuse for the law. They were wrong. When they thought they could make a citizen's arrest, they were wrong. Ahmaud Arbery had a right to walk away, run away, and not speak to them. It come down to that. What you think, sis? Because Rogus was talking a lot. What's your opinion? And then
I'm kind of like outside of an opinion on this, to be honest.
Yeah.
The way that I have to keep my mental peace is by not spending too much energy on things that will take place regardless of whether I spend it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does a lot.
So I'm just largely, unfortunately, very numb to a lot of these things because most of my life, I feel like I've looked at these trials happen over and over again and never be in our favor.
Well, I like that. Let's expound on that since I got my sis on the panel. I'm going to tell you what I feel like. I heard what you said. I heard you're talking about emotional currency and different type of currencies, right? And I like that because I got a lot more younger viewers, and this is a subject that they may not be privy to or understand, and how valuable these things are in life, that there are more things than just money that are currency. My brother Sunclaw talks about that a lot. So when my sister is talking about the emotional currency and where she wants to spend it, right? And that comes in, that Selfish Thursday is coming up. Today, Taco Tuesday. What's your favorite taco? But that comes in when you find self-love and you're being more selfish. You're like, I found my love. My sister found her love. So I'm more selfish about how I spend my emotional currency. I want to save it for my love. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to waste my emotional currency on some shit that I know doesn't affect me. It's going to be what's going to be. I believe in God. I found my love. I'm going to focus and important. So that's a beautiful segue to an excellent conversation about how we spend our emotional capital. Do we know it exists? Do we have emotion? Because then we get into the narcissistic, toxic shit. And this is the real conversation that the manosphere could be having. Do we have people in our life? Because like that's Thanos Monday. Do we have people in our life who are these emotional vampires, these succubus? That how you waste your emotional currency. I throw it to you on that. I want to hear what that is about. Martha, make you moan. Sometimes you got to moan.
Yeah, I mean, you hit it on the head. Succubi. A lot of times people don't realize that either they are one or that they entertain a bunch of them. And, something I was told ever since I was a little girl was never to lose my light. And while I may not have understood what that meant when I was younger, I started realizing what it meant as I got older and how people would go to such lengths to take it. So when you have that kind of energy and you operate from that place, you then start to become more discerning about where you spend it and where you shed it. So when you said that, that's why I said because it's important to take stock of the people who are a succubus in your life and put up erect boundaries around those people so that they don't get to your core. Maybe you spend some time with them because you really have to, but you're very discerning about how much of that time.
No. I hate to interrupt. Go ahead.
There's just so many forces at play that can act as that succubus. So it's really, it's a practice. It's an everyday practice. I've told you before how I have reminders set on my phone to remind me of my affirmations, to even pause and take a break and celebrate myself during the day, because every day you have to operate from that place in order to enjoy the next one. That's my belief.
And you're doing it for yourself. That's perfect timing. You're not waiting on someone else for a long time. Toya, can you speak about that? For a long time, I waited on someone else to do that for me. I love how I hope everybody listening, how you set the reminders for yourself. Because a long time, because before you found your love, who was loving you? You had to learn. You had to learn to love you. You got to be selfish. I'm setting reminders. I'm telling the reminder is I love me. No one don't got to love me. I love me. I'm a god. I'm a queen. I'm a goddess. I love me. Take time to shine. Look at yourself. You got up this morning. You got beautiful. Take a look in the mirror. I do it all the time. You'll see me do it on camera, motherfuckers. On camera, I stop and look at myself because I catch myself how good I look.
But everybody can't be a Leo, so sorry, guys.
Come on, man. Come on, man. You have to love yourself before somebody. You will attract that. That is what's attractive. That's what's attractive. People want that. From you, Toya, from me, they want to embody that spirit. Why you feel that way about yourself, Perfect? I would be afraid to call myself. I was too. That's why I preached on Sunday about purpose. You have to know you have emotional capital. You have to know you're not broke. You have to know you have value. You have to know you have purpose. Then you will be selfish. There is the beginning. This self-love, this selfishness, understanding that I have value. My emotions are valuable. My time is valuable. Then it's the Thanos Monday question that I asked you. Could you do it? Could you do it? Could you snap your fingers if you were given the Infinity Stones in the glove, which you do have? Toya did it. I did it. That's what she did with the phone. You have the Infinity. Could you Thanos snap to suck you by out of your life? It could be your mama, Ricky. That's why I love Ricky Smiley. Ricky Smiley said the relatives that came over last Thanksgiving, they talked to me since then, and they don't come over, but they ain't my family. They are who I'm related to, but they ain't my family. My family, Rogish, Toya, Sunclaw, your family who you choose, your relatives you don't get to choose.
Right.
Could you Thanos snap those individuals? That's what I came in the manosphere for. To talk to men, to help them identify the narcissistic, toxic relationships within their life. It may not always be your significant other. Most times it's starting from somebody in your youth, in your childhood. But could you do it? Thanos Monday, that's what Thanos Monday was about. Every Monday I talk to you about Thanos Snap, and I know I do it colorfully. I know I do it with music, but it was to ask you, to teach you about your emotional capital, and to ask you and challenge you as a man. Could you do it, bro? You gave him the power. You gave your mom, you gave the wife, you gave the husband, you gave the boyfriend, you gave him the power. Do you have the power to take it back and empower yourself? This is what women say to each other, but as men, we don't talk like this to each other. Emotional currency. But shit, black men, we don't feel, it don't matter. We could just let people hurt us. That's what they teach you. You made out of steel like Superman. If you show emotions, you a simp or you a punk. Or you show
You better not try to talk about it either, because that's
taboo.
Yeah, it's out of bounds. You get your black card taken away for stuff like that. I mean, I think it's important to recognize that and tell the black men in your life, hey, if you ever need an ear, you got one here. Like, y'all got stuff that y'all need to talk about. And it can't be that you don't do it because you feel like you're going to get ridiculed or that you're not supposed to. You're a human being.
Or that nobody is listening.
Right, that's
because I know God has his calling on me, but I'm also flesh. I'm also a Leo, so I'll be wanting to quit. I'll be wanting to slap somebody. I'll be wanting to cut somebody, and I'll be praying. Y'all don't know. This be for me. I know God called me to help y'all, but y'all so, the N-word is real, so it's hard helping N-words, and it's like, man, like Cat Williams, like, God, my cup, I got enough in my cup. But it's like, I thank God for my gift, I pray for this, but it be hard sometimes, sis, because they not listening. They not listening, and I have genuine love for them, and I really want to help them, and it hurts when they don't listen, and I listen in and the conversation spirals into chaos and it goes nowhere. And I'm like, we're much better. And I know the pieces are there, but they're not really being used in the proper capacity. So it's like an effort in futility. And I just get I just gotta go to prayer. Like even this Sunday, I hadn't did a sermon. I did my sermon Sunday because I realized I needed it. I needed the grounding. I needed the foundation. I needed to redefine my purpose. I needed God to speak to me about purpose. And God spoke to me through my sermon about perfect timing again. I went to the etymology of purpose because I said A.L. Evans always talk about the etymon. I like A.L. when he does that. And I even got it in the description. It's gonna be there all week. And purpose, the etymology says it basically the sentence that stuck with me, it says anything that exists, if you exist, you have a proper function. And that really spoke to me when I thought about me being overweight and depression and the youth who deal with their existence. Why am I existing? Do I have a purpose? And that has a lot to do with a lot of the sadness. And the sentence outside of the scripture that I used that was great. But simply the etymology of the word purpose said, if you exist, then you have a proper function. Your existence defines that you have a proper function. It helped me. It helped me define the scripture. It helped my sermon. And I pray it helps somebody who's not understanding their existence. And I said, like, a lot of us, we have trouble with our purpose and existence because the vessel that brought us here was broken. My vessel was broken. A lot of us came here through a broken vessel and we embody that vessel. But what I said is that my mother's purpose was to bring me here, but I can't get caught up on my mother's purpose. Her vessel, whatever status her vessel was in, it was worthy enough to part her. When she opened her legs, when her womb opened, that was God making a room, making space for me. Her womb was making room for me. That provided an existence for me. That means I have a proper function. It was a perfect timing. That means I'm a possession. God picked me out of 16 million. I would not be, I have to have purpose. I have to have proper function. I have to be a possession because I exist. I know though, when you grow up without love or direction, it's hard hearing this whole purpose conversation. Because it goes back to what my sister said. She reminded herself, she loved herself first. When me and Son Claw be talking to you about being a God, that's being godly. That's being the goddess. When we say the black woman is God, it's that understanding. It's not dominion over Son Claw. It's not dominion over Rogish. It's dominion over this flesh. I'm 6'2", 200 and some pounds. I'm hard to stop. It's dominion over this flesh. You have to embody this godly spirit to know how to command this avatar. You have to be a God over that. And like she said, it's a skill. People will tell you like you just know how to. Nah, man, look at Avatar. He had to learn how to use it. He got so good at it, he became it. It become muscle memory. You have to become God of you. You have to be master dominion of the flesh because the flesh is weak. The flesh will tell you, don't call her back. The flesh will tell you, don't do the right thing. The flesh will tell you, it's okay if you don't be honest. The flesh will tell you, your friends gonna think you a punk. Don't answer the phone. You gotta have more. You gotta be in tune with that other thing to make the flesh adhere to your purpose and your calling. The flesh, These white boys, Kyle, they had the wrong purpose. They were in the wrong capacity. They were moving in their flesh. He didn't listen to me. I'm upset. I'm a Leo. I'm a man. You better do what I tell you to do. I'm angry. I'm fleshly right now. Stop. The state said you should have been thinking in your higher self. You knew better. But the flesh will override and have you out of your capacity, out of your purpose. Having sex with somebody you shouldn't have sex with, drinking something, putting something in your body that you know is not good for yourself, but it was a fleshly desire. The God, the power is that. You feel like a God when you're able to conquer that. I didn't mean to go start preaching. But it's a podcast.
It was very relatable.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I hope people get help, man. I don't want people to be mad at this trial. It's not about Arbery. It's already expired. Unfortunately, we pray for his family and his mom, his dad. He's already expired. Jacob Blake is alive. He got 5 kids. Jacob Blake is paralyzed. The police reform bill is dead. When they start telling you don't vote, remember this shit, bro. When they say your vote don't count and black don't vote, black man, all this booty to the poll bullshit, you vote for judges. You vote for the people who appoint judges. District Attorney Kamala Harris was a district attorney. Huh? Then she ran for state DA. Then she ran for... Somebody stop me. You can get pissed off if you want, or you could get in the game.
Don't hate the player, play the game.
You could get in the game. Who was that attorney? How do you get that job? Who was that judge? You know that judge in that Kyle Rittenhouse case? He wasn't fair. I didn't like, well, what can we do about it? That should be the conversation men have. Who is my local appellate judge? That's the conversation men have. That's what we do at men church and congregation. This is why all the Jewish people live in the same community. We don't even know why they do what they. We just so busy hating each other, being ignorant. I don't want to live. I want to buy a house where it's all white people. Well, who gonna be your representative, nigga? You heard the comedians? You ever heard the comedians? I had to get away from y'all. I'm sorry. I listen to that shit. Every comedian say that again. I had to move away from y'all. I'm sorry. I had to move away from y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, well, when your son get pulled over and that gun you bought him and that Mercedes-Benz, he actually killed somebody, who gonna judge him, Rogish?
Shit.
In that enclave that you want to live in so far from your black people who pay for that goddamn house.
Yeah.
Who paid for the goddamn house? I had to move away from y'all. I'm sorry. Who gonna judge your son?
Mm-hmm.
A jury of his peers, right? They ain't gonna go back to the hood.
So I guess a jury of your peers is actually considered the class level in which you place yourself or permit yourself to be placed.
How about that conversation, Rogish? That's a great conversation for this sector. When you start talking that I got money shit and make over 50,000 and moving away, understand, because a lot of people like Angry Man talking that money shit. A lot of people like Angry Man knew the money, never owned property, family never owned property. Do you think Angry Man just now came to grips with calling the police? Do Angry Man realize that his children, his sons who he loves, when he buys that house in that white enclave, what they will be subjected to, what he is subjected to? I don't think people, because you don't have money. Like Angry Man talks about, you don't know love. Well, Angry Man, you don't really know money. And when they say, that's ignorant when you say that. And that's why other communities don't do that. They move into areas where they're all of the same ilk. You know why? Because they understand the school board is going to be reflective. Huh? I didn't even go to the court system yet. I'm building right now. The school board is going to be reflective, Rogish. The school board is going to be reflective.
Yeah.
Huh?
Before you even get before the magistrate.
Who educating your children out there, angry man? Huh? Who's on the PTA? Who the school board is gonna be reflective? Charlie Kirk, who I listened to and love, he said he moved to Arizona. I know why you moved to Arizona, Charlie Kirk. I know what you wanted to see. This is what I'm explaining to angry men and black men who get that money and want to move out. Charlie Kirk moved to Arizona because he wanted the school board to be reflective, his representation to be reflective of what his beliefs are, religiously, politically, and financially. Hello. Not just away from black people.
Right.
He saw himself on the school board. When he drops his kids off to school, he see other white Anglo-Saxon Christian Republicans. I'll say it again. When he drops his kids off at school, he see other white Anglo-Saxon Christian Republicans. I'll say it one more time. When he drops his kids off at school, when he goes to church on Sunday, he sees other white Anglo-Saxon Christian Republicans.
Well.
And guess what you can do? You can get things done.
Yeah.
You can get things done. I don't like that board member. We need a new board member. And guess what? We talk about it at church. We need that. I don't like that judge. We need to get a new judge appointed. We're gonna run a new candidate for judge. We got the money. Guess what? We talk about it at church. Guess who used to do the same thing? Us. Yeah. Where you think civil rights and everything was built at church? When he said the revolution would not be televised, where do you think we talked about it? Where do you think the money came from for SNCC and all that shit? Church.
Yep.
Church.
Church and A.G. Gaston.
That's why Charlie Kirk moved to Arizona. They got mega churches too with billions. Except they not buying airplanes. They buying policy. Hello. They not buying airplanes, Creflo Dollar. They buying policy. Ain't no Planned Parenthood in this state. Huh? We don't want that. Ain't no Martin Luther King Day in this state. Huh? We don't want that. Culture. What we been saying, Rogish? Culture. He moved to Arizona for what? Culture. There's a culture there. White, Protestant, Anglo-Saxon. Come on, man. I can't be the only person. We can't be the only intelligent people.
Yeah. We can't be the only one. I mean, the thing is, we ain't. It's just that the value system aren't matched up. Okay, and this is one of the problems that you do run into within the Black manosphere. It's easy to holler relationships all day, but when you get into community, that's something different. When you get into tribal perspective and the unmentioned, still ongoing, utilized tribal perspectives that every other group partakes of. You know what I'm saying? They might not mention it, but that's what's going on. It's culture. Culture is the most important element within any community because that's where one's values lie and where their value comes from. And, you just got to ask yourself, for those who don't permit themselves to operate their culture in an integral manner, where are they wanting their values to go and where are they permitting them to be placed?
I got a couple.
All this family shit.
I got a couple examples. AOC. Yeah. Everybody know who AOC is, right?
Right.
How do you get AOC? And then she has a friend, Ethiopian, African lady, right? How do you get her?
Yep. Culture. Yep.
They both were elected via communities and enclaves that I'm describing to you. You don't get that Ethiopian in that position unless you have that Minnesota enclave where all the Africans moved to. They elected their own representative. You got police officers that look like them there. You have school boards that look like them there. And just like they talked about in Godfather 2, they got the highest representation that they could get, all the way up to senator or Congress. A senator is more powerful than the president. They sit longer than the president.
Right.
that community, that insulates that community when they get that level of representation. Fuck a president. Is anybody listening, bro? Dude, I don't even know her name. Sis, she probably know her name. The African that be with AOC from the Midwest. Thank you. She's elected by her own people. It's like when we talk about women, they get mad at women are giving themselves this leg up.
Right.
That enclave elected her, and then AOC was elected by her community.
But the thing is, though, but to have that type of community, you have to have familial cultural ties. The thing is, I'm not against amalgamation within America or the United States, but I'd prefer that we do so under the framework of a nation. And I ain't saying just a nation within a nation, but that's how everybody else are interacting. They interact with one another as if they are a nation. And so
down to finances.
That's the accord.
Down to finances.
I ain't saying you got to be a black nationalist or nothing like that, but
why not? Down to finances. Because that would be the last defining thing for me. But it's not just in physical and spirit, but down to finances. My Muslim partner can't borrow from a bank. He go to the mosque or imam to get money, and they don't charge him interest. Down to finances. Same thing with the Africans in Minnesota. It should be called a nation because they do everything like a nation down to finances.
Right, but we have a historical, I guess you could say a cliched historical perspective towards nationalism. That's because, you know what I'm saying, nothing really ever was produced of it that we could use in longevity. So now when someone speaks upon nationalism, they think that you're speaking of it primarily from a political sense.
Right.
And that's what messes things up. Just the same way that people say white supremacists. When someone says white supremacists, they imagine a frothing at the mouth, hood wearing, you know what I'm saying, McAllister looking dude. You know, what's some dude's name? The McMichaels. They imagine one of them dudes, you know what I'm saying?
And it's more like a David Duke. When it's more like a David Duke.
Exactly.
It's more like a Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Shout out to who is that? Tyler Lanford watching us on Facebook. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the support, man. Check us out on YouTube too. Subscribe. But I love it that you support me on Facebook and let me know that the simulcast is actually working. We live on 3 channels right now, and I'm out of YouTube jail. Let me get myself some roses. Live on what's my channel? I forgot the name of my podcast.
Live on Perfect Timing Podcast.
Hey,
it's me, your perfect timing, perfect person.
Hey, that's how I sound too, man. Let's go. But I ain't got this frog in my throat, man. Y'all welcome to join. Hey, Tyler said, what'd he say? I appreciate hearing y'all speak on your perspectives. Thank you so much, man. You know, that's what a podcast is. I say I'm perfect, I'm not right. And people get it fucked up a lot of times. I say I'm perfect, I'm not right. It's a podcast. It's my opinion, that's all. I pray that you know, glean something from it. If not, it's edutainment. You know, laugh at my ignorance then. You know?
So are they still deliberating?
Oh yeah, they done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't read none of it. Okay.
They deliberating, they done. The jury has it. The jury we got somebody else on Facebook. Martin Greenwich. Love your stuff, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you. God is good, man. Look at that, Rogish. Man, y'all make sure y'all check out my brother Rogish, man. Make sure y'all check out my brother Rogish, man. Good content. And his fiance, Toya the Tutor. Check them out, man. When y'all come over here, it's a whole family of people, man. It's a whole family, and we all talented. Yeah, I already got y'all engaged.
Yo, I mean, that's the where it's moving to. Shit.
I got y'all engaged already, man. So
that's exactly where it's moving to.
Thank y'all for supporting, man, and support the whole 5.0 cool table, man. We are the table, man. This is about father power. I created this platform to discuss the undiscussable, and we came to empower men to be better fathers, better brothers, better husbands, better people. And as you hear about the conversation about community, about building a better community, because we actually love our country. And I don't think you hear black men say that enough, but we love this country, love America, and we love our family and our wives and our God. And I don't think you hear black men say that enough. So that's what this is about. So thank y'all for joining. What y'all got to say about the case? We talking about Ahmaud Arbery, and we also talking about Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse was found innocent. As it relates to father power, Rogish, what I was saying last night to Sabrina, and what I've said many times, is that Kyle Rittenhouse was a 16-year-old boy from a divorced family, walking the streets with the gun, a fully automatic rifle. Much like a lot of 16-year-old young black boys walking American city streets with fully automatic rifles. There's a lot to talk about right there. There's a lot of breakdown right there. There's a lot we can learn from. Why? Because what's going on in America to where a 16-year-old white boy walking around with a fully automatic rifle?
I mean, well, the thing is due to the fact of us having different citizen engagements when dealing with the system, I could totally understand why, right? Like, this is one thing that I want us to stop doing. I want black people to stop doing. I want let's say you do encounter somebody racist, right? Let's say you do encounter somebody privileged, somebody white that's privileged. This nation had put forth a hell of an effort to establish that. Now I understand that they ain't supposed to be moving toward that anymore or whatever. But if you have some, Caucasian brothers and sisters that, partake of it a little bit more than, the average pilgrim, you can't hate on them for that. That's why I wasn't against Trump. This nation creates that type of person. So for us to act like they're an anomaly, I think that's very dishonest. And it takes the social conditioning factor off of the board when all of us are social conditioned. Even those who are social conditioned within privilege, it's still a social conditioning, because it's an illusion that they're told that they're fed and that they're told to continue feeding themselves. This is where, when you start talking about the dissolution of whiteness, or whiteness as it has been historically presented. This, you know what they call red pill rage. This is a white pill rage, cuz.
I call it Kyle pill.
What'd you call it?
I call it Kyle pill, and I said that before
Kyle
the trial.
pill, yeah, cuz that's that Kyle pill rage, man. And it's valid.
Yeah, it's valid.
It is completely valid. The tiki torches and all them, completely valid, because this nation has put forth such a perspective of planting them at the level to where they were comfortable. And now that they're uncomfortable, the whole of the nation is going to feel it.
But what about the youth, man? I was getting at the youth. Because now this problem has gone outside of the ghetto. And people might say, well, Perfect, he was protecting. I give him that. If you go back and listen to my commentary, I agree with the verdict that Kyle was innocent. He was there in capacity to protect. But why was a 16-year-old doing it? Why did he feel empowered to do that? If he had a good relationship with his dad, if his mom and dad was married, would his father allow him to do that? Or would his father not say, son, I'll go out there. I know I'll go protect. You stay here with mom and do your homework. So I want to talk about the youth. What's going on with our youth? Because for up until now, we've been able to just chalk it up to blackness, and these are young black kids not able to matriculate. But now we see this problem is expanding. It's an American problem. What's going on with our youth? What's going on with the families? What's going on with father power? Why didn't his father have influence? Why didn't he call his dad? Why didn't he? This is the thing that we're not talking about. It was a divorced family. His mama was at a 16-hour shift. She didn't even know. Ahmaud Arbery, mother and father are not married. Ahmaud Arbery is in his 20s. I have a 20-year-old son. It's a young man. I'm 42, just like Rogan. If you my age, you can have a 20-year-old son. This is a young man. Why did he not call his father? Why his father didn't know he was jogging? Where was this? This is real, man. All these cases, we getting bogged down and distracted by race. These are both American children. One is dead and the other one life is effectively ruined. Both of them come from broken homes. Both of them hadn't been dealing well with adulthood. Why was Kyle not on his way to college? No bullshit.
Yeah.
Why is he walking around thinking he should be doing that? He's trying to identify just like the black kids in the hood, joining a gang. It's the same thing, bro. How are we missing that?
It's exactly the same.
It's exactly the same. If he had a relationship with his dad, a better home life, a relationship with God, a better relationship with church, he would call his pastor. He would call his youth pastor, his youth leader, his father, all these things and mechanisms that white kids are supposed to have in the middle America. Where the fuck was all of that? We're not talking about none of that. Where the fuck was all of that? I know he belonged to a church. I know he got a youth pastor. Where the fuck was all of that? American fabric is breaking down, and we want to fight over the race. He killed white people. But we're not talking about his dad. We're not talking about why they got divorced. What Tyler, let's see what Tyler is saying. I got to put my, trying to roll up these runs. Tyler said, pulling back police presence now, you have a kid out trying to police. I agree. The streets with little to no training. A lot of people don't like to look at where it led. I agree. He was within the law and it caused some deaths. All goes back to the policing policies, though. I agree. People need to trust the protectors so we don't have to put them back and put citizens out into the streets. So that last part is where you're going to lose a lot of black people because the trusting the police is the problem. Right, and that comes down to my problem when I'm speaking to black men and black people about being more political, because Cory Booker and Tim Scott dropped the police reform bill. So chokeholds are still legal. In 2 years of Black Lives Matter protests and black men being killed, unarmed black men being killed, and you don't have any basic gun reform, basic police reform where we get better trained. We just had a conversation about the level of intellect of the jurors. Well, the same thing is with police. We want better trained police, more intelligent police, police who live in the community. All that was in the bill that these two black men let die on the Senate floor. This is where the conversation, so everything you say, Tyler, up until that point, but even that, Tyler, I agree with. Because Tyler is correct. Because if you have the police trained properly, it's a heroic job, bro.
Bro, even if they ain't properly trained, when they get out of the framework that they're supposed to be in,
yeah,
then just follow the law. That's look, they don't have to change the police. All they got to do is enforce the laws they say they're going to enforce it. That's what this trial is about.
But that's better training. That's better training and weeding out those with the inability, like we talked about the jurors. That's getting a better pool of people. And then we do that, I agree. We do need to trust those people that we employ to protect us. It's like trusting your father. So even
right.
the
labor pool is poor of quality. Like
correct.
Okay, so you've been to have you been to a Target lately or one of these department stores and you see one of these young, you know what I'm saying, store associates sagging their pants or their uniform is extremely lackluster to the point you wondering like how the hell they get hired here, right? I think that tells to the labor, and we're talking blue collar, right? So most of you know what I'm saying, law enforcement comes from the plain blue collar sector, same as military, right? So let's say that's the pool that they pull from. Well, you're not going to be able to expect a certain level of competency. So that means you're going to have to rely on the law itself. The law should be solid. The law should be integral to the point to where it's all that you have to rely on. That's your go back. That's your anchor. And if you have those who are supposed to be, interacting with the public on behalf of, being an authority figure of the law, and they move outside of that, the law is supposed to be able to correct it, no matter how incompetent,
right?
Its representative is. The representative might be incompetent, but that which representative is standing on is supposed to be solid across the board. And that's all that has to be done. If they trust in the law, then trust in the law and operate it as you say you're going to. Don't keep it as flexible and as subjective and fluid. Like, law isn't supposed to be fluid. You're not supposed to have fluid law.
Because how could you break it or not break it? It's supposed to be exact.
Exactly.
Supposed to be exact. I'm gonna have to shut this thing down. I'm supposed to be having lunch, but I ain't got a phone call. I ain't did nothing. But
We'll get you a bite, dog. We'll get you a
yeah,
bite.
man, I'm gonna shut this thing
we don't
down.
need you to get into any domestic.
You ain't never said emotional capital. You know what I'm saying? I need to spin this shit properly. You know what I'm saying, man? Love myself. You know what I'm saying? Protect myself. You feel me?
Yeah.
Be proactive. You know what I'm saying? But thank y'all for joining. Thank you for hanging out, you and sis, man. Thank everybody for watching, man. I might come back and hit y'all with a Taco Tuesday this afternoon, this evening, but it'll be later because it's already 1. So, hey, Tyler Lefort, I appreciate you too, brother, man. Make sure you subscribe, man. Check me out I'll be preaching on Sunday, and then we here Monday through Friday, man. We here Monday through Friday, so check us out, man. Make sure you subscribe and support. That's my brother, Rogus. Let me put down my banner so you can see his, and you can put your link in the chat, Rogus. Make sure you subscribe to my brother, Rogus' son, and Toya the Tutor. Everybody new. Thank y'all for following through. And we on Verdict Watch, man. We on Verdict Watch. It's a holiday week, so I like doing this shit, so I ain't going to say that I'm going to not do a live stream because it ain't shit to jump in the lab and do a live stream, but that will be dictated by the boss. So it depends what the boss say if I jump back on. Because I might be I'm the chef in the house, so I might be cooking out. I said I'm going to cook a whole fish, and I'm going to do a veggie pot pie because I'm a pescatarian. So I'm going to there go to the phone. I'm going to do a whole fish, and I'm going to do a pot pie, so I'm going to be cooking. So depending on how much free time I got, y'all, I might fuck with y'all on this holiday. And we could talk about what we eating. It might be good to do that, y'all. Y'all gonna have to cam up and show me y'all plate. Let's do that.
Already. Sure. We'll be down with it. We're gonna be at T. Jones at Mom's crib. But yeah, we should do a little something. I'm down with it, man. You got my number, hit us up.
Salute.
Peace, 5.0.
5.0. Hey, y'all have a good day, man. Love y'all.
Brand new trend. 5.0 is men elevating men. 5.0 is setting a new trend. 5.0. 5.0. 5.0. Let's go. 4.0, let them hoes in the go.